Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and Video Game News. Today is Friday, March 10th. So the Tryout Duel competition part 2 is now underway. It started, I guess, yesterday around 10 o'clock. But yeah, I wasn't going to play it there at that time, so we'll do it today. Shouldn't be really that big of a deal. They have new selection packs and gym discounts if you actually wanted to spend real world money. I don't know if there really is a great argument here to ever do that. We have a new selection pack. It's all just happening at the same time, and really they could have just staggered these kinds of releases a little bit more. New accessories, new card sleeves, new icons, just. And then the Duelist Cup event will take place on March 14th through March 26th for the first stage, and March 23rd through March 26th for the second stage if you make it to the second stage. So there is going to be two events happening on top of each other. So that is a lot. You know, I did realize that I've been fairly consistent in the past few weeks about when I've been streaming. And maybe that's helped a little bit, but honestly, I don't know if it really helps that much. When you're just talking such low numbers of viewers as a failed small time YouTube content creator like me, like being consistent like that really doesn't, I think, change that much. Maybe if I had hundreds of thousands of people lining up to stream, to watch the stream from the very beginning at the exact same time, then consistency would be a lot more important, almost certainly. But that does bring about a secondary thought I had, which is I really don't like when you get into these live streams and people are just sitting there waiting for a specific time. Because there was a live stream web seminar that went live yesterday, and the guy's just sitting there for 5 minutes, and he's just like, we're gonna start at exactly 10 in the morning or whenever it was, and he started streaming earlier, and I just don't see a value in that really. But almost certainly that is what a lot of streamers are doing, is that they have specific start times, and thus they are just wasting time until that specific start time happens. And I don't know if there's a great filler way to do that. There's definitely better ways to do it, certainly, in the fact that you could have music playing, or you could have a pre-show type event playing. Certainly I could say, at this point, I could say all the Yu-Gi-Oh! And pre-show content is going to happen until 10 a.m. Central Time, and then that would give me 30 minutes to just warm up, and then I would not start covering the news until exactly 10 and do a new intro potentially there. But yeah, I think that's just a lot of extra work for not much reward. So as far as this anniversary card packs, I don't think you would be pushed to purchase either one of these at this point. I think these cards might be better for meta in particular, and there is a better argument here. But yeah, nothing is going to give us more of these. So we got 3 out of 8, and that was seemingly all you could get. Which in retrospect, probably should have gotten this one at least, and possibly this one, and probably skip this one, and very possibly skip this one. Like, just on my general understanding of what I've seen other people play. I could be totally wrong about that too. Right, so what is new? We have new steps for Duelist, which, let's see how many of these cards we have. A medium amount, I would say. Let's see. Legendary monsters featured in the first anniversary pack that play various roles in the manga and anime. Also includes cards related to these monsters and recommend for those who want to try out new deck building techniques, which this game inherently does not push you to at all. Or the sprite theme, which, how many of these do we have? Again, about a medium amount. Sprite and elemental heroes. And then the new one should be Strong Will. So they move things around, obviously, and we barely have any of Strong Will. So it would make a lot of sense to buy Strong Will at this point. Yep. This Sprites of the Miracle, I believe, was over here because it was at the higher number, and this may have just shown up at the same time. These are selection packs. Selection packs are about the best you can do. Let's open 10 packs here. Inherently, you still run into the problem where, unless you spend a ton of extra time building decks, you're not likely to read all of these cards. So yeah, selection packs are best because you get 8 cards from that specific theme, and you can see in this case I've gotten 6 new cards in the very first pack, whereas the other kinds of packs only give you 4 cards from that theme. And we'll just have to see if we get any keys to open up any secret packs. It's crazy. It's selection packs and secret packs. Secret packs are worse than selection packs, and legacy packs are the worst of all. Master Duel slightly better than legacy packs, just in the fact of the amount of cards you would get, I would assume, or the odds in Master Duel packs actually giving you a modern playable card, where legacy packs pretty much guarantee that you're going to get old cards that are not really playable. So I finished History of the World Part 2, Season 1. They are pushing for a Season 2. It's pretty great, but it also, being just comedic sketches and parodies, I think like potentially softens the blow compared to like History of the World Part 1's as a movie. Like, it would be a bigger commitment to go back and watch the History of the World Part 2 as a TV season than it would be to watch the movie. The jokes on Hulu are more toned down than Part 1 as a movie, and they just don't go as dirty, they don't go as far, they don't go as silly. So yeah, it just doesn't feel as impactful. It's not bad by any means. Wanda Sykes being an executive producer, having a lot of skits around Shirley Chisholm, the first black presidential candidate from like turning that into a kind of I Love Lucy type show. Imagine there's a better comparison than I Love Lucy, but that's how I took it as what they were kind of parodying there, or Honeymooners parody maybe, but I don't even think it that. But she got a lot of episodes certainly, whereas JB Smooth and doing the story of Jesus in 3 different parodies. One was a Curb Your Enthusiasm parody. One was a single sketch, where it was the Notebook romance movie parody, and then near the last few episodes, it was all around a parody of a documentary of the Beatles' last recording session, but instead of the Beatles, it's Jesus and the Apostles being a band, which, yeah, there's just not that much comedy around all of that. And so, yeah, guess we should open another pack here. There's room for more cards. Then there is a Civil War parody that got a decent amount of episodes at the beginning and then kind of wrapped up in the middle. It definitely feels like they had 3 episodes in the bag, and then they wrote 3 more episodes, then they wrote 3 more episodes. And then the skits around the Russian characters kind of went nowhere. Inherently, I guess that's the problem with any sketch show, is that a sketch really only lasts at best a couple of minutes, and then you need to go to a new sketch, you need to go to another gimmick or joke. Same thing like improv. Like, you can't have this long-running narrative because you just need to pack in as many jokes as possible. And that would be what I would say is the worst part about History World Part 2, is that in the modern style of comedy, the timing has just drastically increased as far as the number of jokes per minute that you really want to have. And there was somebody that basically broke it down, and they had like the exact amount of seconds that you want to have a big laugh and then you want to have some little laughs, but it is very much closer towards a stand-up comedy presentation as far as just how many jokes per minute you really want. And even if you're just faking that and cheating that with laugh tracks, that's really what people expect. And certainly I would think the Mel Brooks style of comedy, even though it often was dirty, it kind of also had this level of naivete to it, which I don't know if that 100% plays off. It's kind of noticeable that Mel Brooks himself is not even listed as a prominent executive producer of the History of the World Part 2. He's very old, I understand that, but it does create this weird thing where it's fairly obvious that Nick Kroll and Wanda Sykes and one other comedian were the main people greenlighting what was getting made and how it was being presented. There were a decent number of celebrities that would show up for like one skit, but that's pretty much it as far as History World Part 2. That being said, I'm still very satisfied with History World Part 2. I am incredibly dissatisfied with Naruto. I finished all 9 seasons on Netflix. I don't think it makes sense to buy any more packs at this point. And honestly, this is probably something everybody who grew up and actually watched Naruto bits and pieces knew, but it is almost 100% filler. No, it pretty much is 100% filler after maybe the second or third season. The shift in focus away from them training and becoming Jonin, which they never actually do become Jonin level ninjas, and yet um, they're given missions nonetheless. The characters never really grow up, and like the very last episode has Sakura and Ino, like the two female characters that they mostly ignore throughout, two of many female characters they mostly ignore throughout Naruto. Like they have them arguing and acting exactly like they did in like the second season, and they hadn't done that even in the filler episodes for a very long time. So particularly at the end of the last episode of season 9, it is basically telling you to forget everything you've been watching up until that point and just reset to the Orochimaru and Sasuke stuff that happened in season 4, and that was pretty much it. Like, there are some Naruto movies, and I'm gonna probably struggle to watch some of them. Most of them, though, are labeled Naruto Shippuden, which I'd have to assume in the manga too, as a Shonen Jump manga, there was just a ton of filler content, and that's what the anime was copying. And so Shippuden is probably where the story actually continues. We have Theseus Iliads on the chat saying hi. Hi. But yeah, huge disappointment. I definitely could not recommend watching any of Naruto past the point where Sasuke like leaves. Maybe a couple episodes after the point where Sasuke leaves, where they try to find Sasuke. There are a couple of stories where you see Orochimaru's like legacy of doing experiments when he was younger, and his cronies from the past showing up trying to tie it back into Orochimaru, but very quickly they kind of forget about that. And if anything, the last 4 or 5 episodes of Naruto Season 9 kind of resets everything back to the idea of the fight between the Land of Sand ninja and the Naruto. So it even rolls back before the Orochimaru Sasuke stuff, and more kind of focuses around that. So there almost certainly is a better way to tell that story. Of course, if you were going to make a new anime these days with kid ninjas, you probably would do a very, very different types of narrative in the first place. Just try to rethink the world as it is set up, because it doesn't really make a lot of sense, the world of Naruto, in that they have technology and yet ninjas still are around and taking missions. Start with this loner deck and start playing, but then you still have this awkward, like, the entire village of ninjas only exist and only continues its existence by training up its own children to be child soldiers, effectively, and putting them on dangerous missions that will get them killed. Notably, in the last season, they straight up do murder a child character. It's also noticeable that by season 9 of Naruto, the animation style and the color palettes they were choosing was becoming much more a modern, much closer to a modern animation style, with just characters having different colored hairs and smoother lines and drastically shifting in their appearance. And I imagine that's where Shippuden is also a good point to make a break and start over, is to say they're going to animate it in a more modern style. I don't understand though the whole Shippuden / Boruto stuff. Like, so I have to assume it was Naruto, then things called Shippuden, whether they're movies only or whether there actually is a TV series. Obviously there was Naruto, and then there was Naruto Shippuden in the manga aspect, and then I have to assume Boruto is after that point. But yeah, since Naruto is pretty much trying to be a kid's show, you would have kids running around being ninjas, but in some kind of incredibly safe virtual reality thing. I could see it being even something like Sword Art Online. At a certain level, it's kind of questionable why there isn't a Sword Art Online in a ninja environment. But yeah, you would potentially not raise the stakes very high until at least later seasons, in which characters actually might be able to die. Alright, let's go ahead and do this. Tribute this. And destroy that. Okay, let's try this. But yeah, if I was a modern anime maker, I would have kids in a high school training to be ninjas, or in some kind of training academy. They would not really be in any major danger. I would definitely focus more on relationships and friendships, which is what they tried to push in the later episodes, but they didn't, I think, do a great job there. And the over focus of calling it Naruto instead of having the series just be called Ninja Kids or something like that. What's the cyberspace? Cyberse card. I'm gonna leave everything here. There. I'm trying to learn these cards as I play. But yeah. The other thing I definitely would do is, if I was gonna make a competitor to Naruto these days, is I would have more actual karate and ninjutsu, real things talked about, and try to be a little bit more historical or accurate, and instead of immediately starting with magical abilities that don't have any kind of real world equivalent. you eventually would probably get to magical abilities, but yeah. Even in the very first episodes of Naruto, um, uh, they're doing shadow clones and transformation jutsus and that's stuff that should have been later. Neoshock says, so you want Naruto to be a ninja slice of life? For the first season, at least, yes. Because you want to build up the characters. Like, you want to have Sakura really have a reason why she doesn't like Naruto romantically and why she does like Sasuke. Because it never makes any sense why Sakura would want to date Sasuke in the first place. Sasuke shows her no interest at all, and yet there's supposed to be this implied deep romance in the cartoon of Naruto. They never show that. You'd get one episode as far as Sakura's backstory with Ino, and that's pretty much it. It only gets worse in the later seasons when they continuously flash back to like the same scene or the same still image of a photo of Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke all together. They imply that there's this great relationship. But yeah, the slice of life aspect definitely it would need to be done to establish a world that makes sense. So that because that's like the Hidden Leaf Village as a village does not make sense. I don't know what the vast majority of the adults the vast majority of adults in the Leaf Village actually do. They seem to maybe be retired ninja, but then they never cover that, or there's just a lot of second-class citizens in the Leaf Village that don't do much of anything other than maybe repair broken roofs that are constantly getting demolished from the invasions and wars. Neoshock says, do you need a reason why you don't like someone? Not everyone likes someone for non-superficial reasons. No, you don't need that in particularly, but in a story it's a lot better if you do have that. Sasuke in particular has only his one backstory element that they cover in a couple episodes as to why he hates his older brother who slaughtered his clan, but the reason why he hates Naruto is basically because Naruto is just not as dour and depressive as Sasuke is. That's pretty much what I got from it. But yeah, it definitely is better story if at some point Naruto easily took the first position in some kind of ranking amongst the ninja away from Sasuke, and Sasuke saw that as a thing that hurt him and slowed down his chances of becoming strong enough to defeat his brother. Or better yet, you would have Sasuke who hates his brother, and then you would give Naruto a characteristics where he loves his brother. Naruto doesn't have a brother, but if he did, that would be a prime contrast reason to do that. Or you could have Naruto even calling Sasuke Big Brother, which would, I'm sure, drive him crazy. Yeah. Everybody hating Naruto at the beginning of the series, Neoshock mentions, is just another problem because it's too on the nose, and it creates this weird situation in which everybody kind of likes him at the end of the series just because of his upbeat attitude, and Naruto doesn't have enough personality. And certainly I will say, as I'm going to try and pivot away from talking about Naruto, since this is a video game news thing, it is just me as a video game critic, as a critic in general, wanting to see a much more mature story in what was a kid's show. If I was to try to be a critic, for instance, at some of the shallowness of the Transformers cartoons or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cartoons, things like that, it would be the same level of complaints where there's just not as much motivation, not as much writing. Basically, Neoshock is really highlighting that when they were writing cartoons for kids, they are responding. And they were writing the characters that had single, simplistic one sentence descriptions of characters and explanations of events, and that is writing to the simplistic minds of kids, or the assumed simplistic minds. But yeah, I definitely would want a more complicated story. And almost certainly, if I was going to make a Naruto comparison, I would age it up by far. It would be a late teenager story, much more than it would be little kids running around. Like, just the fact that they're so young is a big stumbling block for me in Naruto, because the entire series really does just come off like the Leaf Village is just abusing its kids, and the entire world of Naruto is abusing its ninja kids. And even they had to kind of admit that, because they dropped the little kids that were the grandson of the third Hokage. He didn't show up in any of the last 3 or 4 seasons at all as a character. But yeah, that's pretty much all I want to say about Naruto. I'll struggle through the movies and see what Shippuden does to potentially improve it, and I wouldn't be surprised if I actually did find Shippuden and Boruto to be more in line with what I would want to see as they evolved up. There might be a great comparison, but I won't try and make it at this point, to something like Detective Conan / Case Closed, where you have a teenager super detective genius drugged and transformed into a kid's body, and then him solving still murders. The way that twist the narrative is a little bit different, and I think works a little bit better, even though it is kind of a ridiculous premise. Anyways, video game news. Let's move on. Let's see. I ran my macro a little bit. Oh, I didn't fix that, did I? Alright, let me quickly fix that then. Let's see. Web peak, display capture, switch to display, there we go, and that, switch to display, and there we go, there we go. So that should work now. I'm looking forward to when I can feel confident enough to update OBS so the display capture stops messing up every time my computer reboots or Windows decides to relabel different monitors. I ran my macro opening news a little late, so we have a Gamatsu article here talking about the Legend of Nayuta Boundless Trails launching this fall in the West. I assume this is a JRPG game? Yep. It might be an interesting comparison to play, since I did watch all Naruto. It might be an interesting comparison to play the, what is it? I want to say Shinobi Strike, but that's not the name of the series I'm thinking of. I think that's a subtitle for one of the games. It's not the Neptunia series. Senran Kagura. Yes. Senran Kagura, a mature JRPG game with anime girls as ninja who take on battle damage. And when they take on battle damage, their clothing becomes more torn. Oni Chambara, being an older series, kind of somewhat similar, but there's really only one character in that case. And then there was a anime series, kind of a long-running, multiple iteration anime series of ninja anime girls fighting that's way more mature. It is this distinct swing in the other direction, certainly, of being way too mature in those cases compared to a kid-friendly Naruto. Although arguably even Naruto was definitely not kid-friendly enough for a lot of people in the West's parents. Like even Power Rangers was not kid-friendly enough for a lot of Western parents. What was the name of that series though? I'm trying to think. Iki Tozen. Yeah. I think that's the name of the series. You might also do like a Fate Stay Night type thing, or the Fate series, where you have like kids controlling spirits or avatars, like JoJo type series too, where you're summoning a stand and then the stands are fighting. The whole reason you have that kind of concept is to prevent having to animate kids killing other kids or kids getting beaten to a bloody pulp. This is taking forever. This one. Speaking of censorship, to some sense, the ESA put out a article talking about how Riot Games has created a muted word list that allows players to manually filter out words and phrases they don't want to hear in Valorant games, while Riot also uses communication filtering technology behind the scenes to proactively remove inappropriate words, phrases before players see them. The muted word list provides players with an extra level of control to empowering to create their own list of lists of things to filter out. That being said, it seems literally like there's not so much of a full list that they're willing to show, as much as there's just a thing here you could type in phrases. And you do create this situation where you have to hear it once and understand what the word is once before you could type it in, or somebody else would have to type in the words to a list if you're going to try to create your own personal filter. It does really smack in the face of reality, though. Like, if you're in the real world walking down the street, somebody can scream something, some obscenity you don't want to hear, in the same way they can scream political ideas or religious ideas you don't want to hear. And at a certain point, if any of reality and society is going to be shared amongst all humanity, we can't all live in the bubble. That there was a episode on that Netflix series that was all about science fiction stuff. What was the name of that series? Black Mirror. Yeah, there was an entire Black Mirror episode around the idea of people having filters in their heads. In fact, there was probably 2 or 3 episodes around people having filters in their heads, and just the incredible insanity and danger around that. And yet, in the video game realms, it is actually doable with current technology that you can try to create this bubble that you live in. And create a bubble on top of living within a bubble of having explicit language filtered. And this is something the ESA is promoting for Riot Games because, yeah, it gets them good press in the minds of 70-year-old on average politicians. Specifically when you're talking about like Riot Games and Valorant, I really have to question if that is a particularly rabid hotspot of profanity or just unwanted chat in general. Like, I imagine there's an average amount there, but I wouldn't expect it to be particularly anywhere as bad as, say, Call of Duty or Halo, which is where I would imagine Call of Duty in particular has definitely sold itself as being the multiplayer game in which you are most likely to hear negativity, for as much as they've pushed back against that and tried to stop the negativity. And honestly, I am not even a foot deep into that well, because I just don't play any multiplayer games at all, and so I assume you're going to have a fairly rough time if your Christian virgin ears can't hear a few curse words here and there when online. And personally, I'm more on the side of just being annoyed by people talking, even when they're not saying anything particularly offensive. It's just annoying to hear people chat. So that definitely is part of the reason why I don't play multiplayer games. Let's just go ahead and hope that those 3 are good enough. There's some kind of weird strategy here. Send this to the graveyard. Summon this, I guess. Yeah. It's a good thing you only need 3 wins for this tournament event, because using these random cards and just not knowing what they're supposed to do would drive me crazy. Other news that came out fairly early from today. The quintessential quintuplets Gotopazu's story has a debut trailer. It's due out May 25th in Japan. I believe this is a visual novel. And then the other Gamatsu article says Cry Machina has 30 minutes of gameplay, which it is worth pointing out that if you are making a action RPG, JRPG type game, and you can show off 30 minutes of gameplay, you definitely are making it fairly obvious that there is a lot of gameplay in that game. Hours and hours and hours of grinding, if that's what you want to call it. And see, it also comes down to a weird situation where Yoshi P was saying he didn't like the phrase JRPG and he took it as an insult, and even Gamatsu, which is a very Japanese friendly website, even though it is in English, it's very focused around Japanese releases. They clearly label everything that I would call a JRPG, this being obviously a game that definitely looks like a JRPG. They label everything as JRPGs. So I guess if Gamatsu did come out and say we're going to stop labeling things as JRPGs and we were just going to say RPGs for JRPGs and call everything a role-playing game, it still as a concept doesn't really make a lot of sense, though, to lose detail. It makes more sense to say, hey, this is a Japanese role-playing game because it's designed with a Japanese visual aesthetic to focusing towards a Japanese audience. I don't know. What's funny here is they're not really showing a lot of action gameplay in this. This is 30 minutes of basically the conversations that you might have in Persona 3, which that definitely colors my understanding more of what Cry Machina seems to be. You know, I guess Senran Kagura probably isn't the right comparison to use, as much as if I was going to play a video game because I was watching Naruto, I should play Dragon Ball FighterZ and the Dragon Ball series. Yeah. And I think, yeah, when you look at the Dragon Ball series too, the original Dragon Ball series is very much a kid-friendly series at the beginning and much more cartoony and silly, and eventually once you get to the Dragon Ball Z series, that's when it tries to be more of a teenage fighting game, fighting arcs type show. And that would be the more relevant comparison. Let's see if this works. So yeah, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'm almost done. I really didn't even do an accountability section where I talked about how I finished playing Prey. The main story on Prey. The big twist at the end on Prey, I already knew, and it's frankly just not that good of a twist in my opinion. I don't know why so many people praised it, or why so many mainstream video game journalists praised it, because they foreshadowed the big twist very early in the game, and they didn't really do anything with it. There's several different endings, potentially as many as 6 different endings to the game, and none of them really have much of an impact or judgment on you, whereas they feel like they are big moral decisions. The game just doesn't really care or punish or reward for making good or bad moral decisions. Um, you get at one point you just flip a switch, and they don't foreshadow it very much. And once you flip that switch, you're locked into the last section. I barely even want to call it an act, but the last section of gameplay, and at that point a significant portion of the open world area is not available to you, and you can't do anything separate or extra. A lot of the side objectives in the game in general in Prey are kind of nothing. Like, there are things you can do, but things you definitely probably should just skip on the first playthrough. What really sucks about Prey's main story, and I still have to play the Mooncrash stuff. Let's do this. Let's see. Let's go ahead and try this. Gem-Knot Ruby. What's really frustrating about Prey is that there's an achievement for playing the whole game with only human mods. Then there's an achievement for only playing the game with Typhon type mods, but only Typhon type mods. So you would have to start a game in story mode, play it on the easiest setting because the game's just way too difficult and it's just not worth it. The enemies are too big of a bullet sponge. So play it in story mode, only do human mods, which is not super hard to do, and then start a new game and play it in story mode and only do Typhon mods, which is a lot harder to do. And then at some point you could do a new game plus on one of those two setups to try and get all the mods if you wanted to. And at that point, that's really where I would say you should do the side objectives too. So the game wants you to really run through it, which is crazy because it does not really encourage you to run through it at all. I feel like I wasted at least a good extra 20 minutes, 20 hours playing Prey, more than what they really wanted me to play. But yeah, they want you to do a bad gameplay the first time, and then they want you to do a bad gameplay the second time, and then they want you to play it a third time to potentially do everything. And it's just not really likely you would do that. I would really struggle to even play something like BioShock 3 times in a row, and that's the game I was comparing Prey to for the more than anything. I have no idea how he did that, but I do have to applaud managing to do a massive amount of damage. So yeah, I'll play Mooncrash and see if I enjoy Mooncrash and if it's kind of reasonable to play and try and get all the achievements on Mooncrash, and then I would have to reevaluate for the 8 or so, I imagine, achievements that I didn't get. It is also very frustrating around Prey that there's an achievement for like finding every character in the game, every corpse, every person, and there's definitely at least 2 people that are locked in a closet behind a key card, and I just never found the key card. Like, I have no idea where the key card is. It also doesn't seem like the codes and passwords while the passwords may be somewhat in line and consistent, you can't type in a password if you know it, if you're following a guide. You could type in a code, but it looks like all the codes are randomized in each playthrough, so you can't potentially have a walkthrough that way either. So while I would encourage you to play Prey for the first time with a guide, just spoiling everything, the story's really not that interesting. I imagine using a playthrough guide, a walkthrough guide, still wouldn't really help you that much. But yeah, I hadn't put a lot of thought into what I would play after Prey, but you know, Dragon Ball FighterZ might be a good argument. In fairness, though, it's not the best argument. I don't own all the DLC for all the characters, and very possibly as a fighting game, since I haven't played a lot of fighting games, I may play it for a very short amount of time and just give up after a while. It is potentially a game that I ambitiously want to own, but actually wouldn't bother to play. Alright. We can summon that now. So we can do this and send that to, I guess, add this, and then you can activate this and make 3 of these again. Yeah. And then I think your best bet is probably still to summon this. And I have to put that here. Discard a Cyberverse card and draw a new card. Don't think I want to do that. I don't know why I would turn the attack of a monster to 3000. Firmament from Sign, the creators of Myst, has been in development for a very long time. Feels like 3 or 4 years minimum. It is so far the most ambitious looking game from Cyan, this new Cyan that has gotten back into the idea of making games and selling video games, whereas all they were really doing was reselling Myst and the sequels to Myst like Riven, Myst 3, Myst 4, Myst 5 over and over again, Uru. But yeah, they at some point decided to make new games or ran out of money and had to make new games, and they announced Firmament and the teasers of Firmament, although this picture is not doing the best job, really did make it seem like it is a game that's going to be like Myst, set outside the Myst universe. Hopefully they're not trying to just continue the Myst universe, and it's going to be big and ambitious, unlike their other game, which they have managed to release in that meantime of several years ago when they first announced Firmament, Abduction, where Abduction is a small game, probably the result of them teaching themselves how to program, in a modern engine like the Unreal Engine. I think that's what they're using. Also, it's probably a case with Abduction that they hired a lot of new employees and staff, and so you have this second generation of programmers and employees at Cyan that very possibly the vast majority of them never programmed on any of the missed releases or remakes or reboots, and definitely wouldn't have programmed on the original missed games. Abduction, though, much smaller, has one gimmick. I would assume Firmament is not going to just have one gimmick and one puzzle solution that gets applied multiple times over. I would also hope that Firmament is a little bit more polished and a lot longer of a game. So yeah, fingers crossed. Myst very possibly was a lightning in the bottle that they milked like a golden goose, or that became a golden goose for Cyan and allowed them to, very much like Valve, where Valve had Half-Life 1 and 2 and then Portals. Like Valve had several games that were lightning in the bottle, golden gooses, that they've been able to hire and build a big company and not actively see, yeah, I don't see the point of doing that. I don't see the point of doing that at all. Yeah, Valve, with its Golden Goose, was able to create Steam, which gave it more money than it ever could possibly need, which has allowed them to hire more employees and maintain a business for way longer, considering how little they've actually produced and released. Discard a card and destroy trap cards. I don't know if that's worth it. I don't think any of these trap cards have anything to do with anything. But yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic around Cyan, and hoping that that turns out to be something worth mentioning. I guess I'm not going to be talking about the Video Games Chronicle podcast and promoting another podcast. They're putting their podcast on Spotify. YouTube now basically forcing me to change a playlist into a podcast, and podcast obviously being on the mind of the new person in charge of YouTube makes me assume that there is going to be a lot more focus put there, to the point where I wouldn't be surprised if the YouTube app has a whole different feel and interaction with podcasts, and that there is the equivalent of a Spotify experience, Spotify app. That shows up in YouTube. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see something called YouTube Podcast or YouTube Audio that specifically allows you to maybe play the audio in the background without having to buy YouTube Premium, which is, unless you're using the ad blocking YouTube Advanced or something like that, playing audio in the background of YouTube is a premium thing that they promote and sell. But yeah, it definitely, for a brief second there, I thought about, well, if what I'm doing now is going to be promoted and sold as a podcast, even though I don't really feel like this is much of a podcast, as much as just a live stream, would there be an argument for YouTube content creators to put their live streams, or whatever they're calling the podcast, on something like Spotify or some other streaming service? I don't know, if I think there really is. though. Let's destroy 2 cards there. Yeah, I imagine podcasts on any streaming service outside of YouTube are paid just as little as podcasts on YouTube will be paid, and just having to deal with yet another website and another interface probably isn't worth the effort at this point. At some point, maybe it would be. Maybe podcast would become popular enough that it wouldn't make an argument to put what I'm doing in audio only form or video only form. Not video only, but video and audio form on something like Spotify. It is also possible YouTube focuses heavily on video based vidcasts, video podcasts, and promotes that. Okay, I can win here if I can do 100 damage. The question is, how do you do 100 damage? This is going to be one of those great examples where traps and defense position characters would be the only thing that would save the day. Alright, going through the main news. Video Games Chronicle says the next free Epic Games Store title has been revealed. Warhammer 40k Gladius Replicas of War will replace Call of the Sea, which is free at the moment. It's kind of interesting to get a Warhammer game for free. Fresh Lord of the Rings. Look at that. He was at 100 and he managed to win in one turn. Just because I didn't have a single defense character. Arguably that is my fault, because I didn't hold back any cards. Yeah, fresh Lord of the Rings Golem gameplay revealed in a new story trailer. This is following several delays. The game will be released later this year. There is this level of potential helpfulness, I would say, around the timing, in that there really isn't too much to compete with this Golem video game, so it could fill a gap, certainly. I also feel like the Lord of the Rings license overall is potentially being lost by a lot of people, and so there's this rush to put out one more product, one more thing with the Lord of the Rings license. That's literally been said about this new $500 Lord of the Rings Lego set that they've come out with, which is very nice and has a lot of pieces, certainly, but it's hard to really justify. Yeah, really hard to justify paying $500 for a Lego set of any size. The visuals here on this Golem game look a lot better than they have in the past, and I think that's definitely thanks 100% to the delay of what's been happening. But I don't know if what we're seeing here isn't mostly just like cutscenes. You're also just playing as a weird character. You kind of have to recognize that too. And so the actual gameplay here is at the end. You can see he's climbing, running, and platforming, and that's going to be the majority of what he's doing. But yeah, I will say that looks way better. Yeah, with the acquisition of Warner Brothers, I wouldn't be surprised if there is also something that changed hands as far as the Lord of the Rings licenses and the Tolkien estate. And I say nothing's been going on with the Lord of the Rings series lately that is basically intentionally ignoring the Amazon Prime Solon series or any new things that are potentially in development. The Amazon Prime prequel series based on the Solonarium, I believe is what it's called. Moving on, Video Games Chronicles says RoboCop Rogue City gets a new gameplay trailer and delay release window. Yeah. It definitely seems like it's becoming more and more of a case where the Western publishers of games are taking the Japanese style of announcing a game and then immediately delaying a game. They are becoming more and more willing to do those kinds of things. It has now been pushed from June 2023 to September for the PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC via Steam and Epic Games Store. This video is age restricted, so since it's age restricted on YouTube, I will just opt not to show it on my stream. It's hard to imagine that this RoboCop game would be more successful than, say, the most successful Terminator game of recent history, which the most recent Terminator game that I'm thinking about actually was fairly well received, but it still didn't really sell that well. When people think 80s, 90s era action movies, I think they really are just nostalgic for those movies, and when you get remakes of those movies, people don't really care about them. If you get sequels to those movies, people don't really care about them. If you get video games around those movies, people don't really care about them. Now, I might make an exception here as a pinball fan to say, when you inherently are doing just like this artistic rendition and transition to a completely different art form, like pinball, which pinball is probably, I would say, 80% physical in your interactions and mechanical, and then 20% is the audio-visual element, whereas a movie, like the Terminator pinball game versus the Terminator movie, completely different things. One does not replace the other. One doesn't even really do much more than oddly supplement your fandom of the other. It doesn't actually supplement the story or the narrative. And Jersey Jack has just announced, for comparison as far as a pinball game, a 50th anniversary pinball game based on The Godfather. And yeah, it looks like a really cool pinball table. You do have to know that Jersey Jack, I think, has been one of the potential worsts about getting the coding and programming for how the table actually plays and works. And they've just been kind of slow to release games on time anyways, but they're not terrible, even at those aspects. So, yeah. I'm fairly hyped around that pinball table. Of course, I can't afford or don't have space for a pinball table. And I've never even watched The Godfather, so that would be a weird table for me personally to buy. But yeah, it's a shame there aren't more arcades, and that even when arcades were a thing, they wouldn't cycle out pinball tables and arcade machines that often. So we are definitely spoiled for choice nowadays when we can just buy any game we want from a game store or online via Steam, versus the days of having to find an arcade and see if there was anything new at the arcade. Moving on, I rambled there a little bit. Let's see. Rocksteady's Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League being the subtitle, has reportedly been delayed again following this showcase criticism. This very well may be a good move. because people were not happy on the idea that they were selling around Suicide Squad. The idea that it would be effectively a looter shooter game with live services and microtransactions. Even if you got rid of the live services and microtransaction stuff, there's just, I don't think, a great amount of desire that you would want to play as the Suicide Squad, going through randomly generated missions over and over again, or doing something similar to that. You would want a more narrative experience like Guardians of the Galaxy, I would think. Let's do this and do this. DF Retro, interestingly, said that they had fixed a lot, but not all of the performance issues with Gotham Knights. But they definitely still didn't recommend it. In a similar vein, you have 4 characters like in Gotham Knights, and personally, I couldn't imagine myself ever wanting to play as any of these characters. Even before you got into the looter shooter element, I can't imagine I'd ever want to play as anybody other than Harley Quinn, just because she would be visually and probably just dialogue-wise more interesting to play as. I could see if you were really in the guns, maybe going with Deadshot, but a more technical hero class on Captain Boomerang or Killer Shark, there as more of a brute class. Like, you really would have to be more of a fan of those classes to potentially pick those characters. And so Suicide Squad is supposed to be 4 people playing together. I feel like somebody amongst this group of people is not going to be happy with who they're playing as. If they were going to go that way and make it a looter shooter, kind of like Borderlands, I think the idea would be to promise more characters even on day one, or have more characters on day one in general. Move it up to 6 so there's at least 2 character classes that don't have to be selected. And yeah, it would be very weird if you had like 4 Deadshots on a team running around playing, or 4 Harley Quinns. I don't know how you really fix a game like this though. It's like the publisher knows what they want and they've already committed to what they want. So you really can't change it drastically. You can't strip out all the narrative stuff and turn it into a single player type game. You can try and tone down the online looter shooter aspects and live service aspects and microtransaction aspects, but you can't 100% rewrite the whole game to not have that. Usually that, I would assume that's the case. So for me personally, it definitely feels like it's a dead in the water game as a concept, just because it had this albatross around its neck of being designed in the way it was designed. Like unless they were going to straight up scrap the whole thing and start over and again. And honestly, I don't know if Suicide Squad really is that popular enough that they could scrap the whole thing and start over again. There's also a ticking timer as far as the new guy in charge of DC is only going to probably tolerate the licenses and agreements of the old guy which this game obviously was licensed and agreed upon by the old guy who was in charge of DC for so long. So if this got scrapped and they wanted to start over from scratch, the new guy would probably just say, no, we're going to just cancel our license agreement totally and kill it. Because I bet Suicide Squad does not play a lot of big important roles in the new DC era. And there's multiple reasons why you would do that. Anyways, it's just a potentially, as a comic book guy, scrap it and be done with it. Okay, what can we place here? Sure, place that on the field. Set this, summon this, P-scale this, I guess. Why is this chaining? I have no idea. Maybe I did that. Okay, wait a minute. Let's do this. Destroy this card here. $3,000 to 0. See if this works. Go up and attack here. Special summon this from my hand? Sure. Wow. Well, I got really lucky there, but the luck worked out. I don't think I want to do anything else, so I'll just leave it there. Let's see. Probably should take this victory, if I get a victory, as enough success and stop playing Yu-Gi-Oh! At this point. I've been talking a lot and not playing too much Yu-Gi-Oh! Anyways. Just go ahead and negate the activation. Interesting. That was an interesting twist. So then that just special summons that right back. Interesting. So the whole idea around these crystal beast things seems to heavily focus around putting them into, I guess it's the idea as a crystal form, as a spell trap card, taking up that, and then having the ability to bring them back and summon them again. Video Games Chronicles says the Super Mario Bros. Movie final trailer is here, so I assume it's yet another trailer. I won't show it, but I'll hit play here and see if there's anything worth mentioning. My stance has been, it's 1 minute and 32 seconds, that my assumption is the Mario movie is going to be Uh, very much targeted towards little kids. And little kids will probably love it. And older fans may find something to love in it, or may just hate it. It does definitely feel like there's going to be some weird voice acting in it. And at some point, with the idea of just deep fake technology, I wouldn't be surprised if we eventually get a original voice actors cut where somebody uses deep fake technology to change all the voices back into more traditional voices. I'm seeing a lot of references to like Donkey Kong and Mario Kart, and Luigi being kidnapped by Bowser, which is a odd twist on nearly every Mario story in which Princess Peach gets kidnapped by Bowser. Instead, Princess Peach is seemingly more around for the ride. But not really seeing anything particularly too special around that either. Nothing particularly surprising in that trailer. I definitely don't think there will be anything that surprising around the movie at all. So we'll banish this. We will summon this. I'm just picking a random card. And then we'll select an ultimate card. And then let's go ahead and summon this. Go ahead and summon this. Okay. 1800s. Yeah, it seems like the only thing that would save me here, if anything is going to save me, is to summon this. So let's do this, do this, do this. Put that there. Discard that. Return that to the deck. Just see what that does. That did nothing. So we have to attack this. We're gonna do something. Which that just screwed up. Okay. Maybe if I'd returned this to the deck, it would have worked. This guy can attack twice. Alright, well. I can't even really complain too much about this event, because this event really does just want you to get 3 wins, but I have been playing for over an hour now and haven't gotten a single win, because you have to play with these borrowed decks, which means you have to learn the new card concepts, the game is, for the first time in 15 seasons, actually forcing me to learn something new, and I'm better off learning that something new, even if I'm not particularly enjoying it. But yeah, it still is quite the hassle. There's no getting around that. It's not feeding into the daily quests as nicely as I would like, and it definitely is not helping me get higher in ranked, which, yeah, very questionable whether I can get from gold level 4 up to gold level 1 up to platinum level 5 while also having to do the tryout duel rental competition and the other event that's going to unlock later this month. Alright, let me go ahead and just turn that off. Let's see, I guess that would be that, right? Nope, that didn't work. Must be the other one. I've forgotten what my key shortcuts are. Yeah, there you go. Capcom's dinosaur shooter Exoprimal is launching on Game Pass, plus an open beta test will take place later this month. Do we have a specific day? It's coming out on July 14th. Let's see. And an open beta for PC and consoles March 17th and until March 19th. Exoprimal coming out fairly quickly to arguably not enough fanfare. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see if people want to play a dinosaur shooter game that is probably going to be somewhat similar to Destiny, if I was to guess. Let's see. Video Games Chronicle says Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak has been dated for the PlayStation and Xbox. The expansion will make the jump to new platforms in April. April 28th. These expansions came out before for the Switch and PC. And I assume Sunbreak came out for Switch and PC around the same time. So this is really just for other platformers or platform people. Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League could be delayed to 2024, it's been claimed. Alright, we already basically talked about that from the exact same news source. Yep. There's something to be said about like the face model of Deadshot here. That just seems off. And Captain Boomerang's face is not particularly pretty. And then Harley Quinn's face is covered in makeup and weird intentionally, so yeah. The most realistic face I see amongst these four people may be the shark. Let's see. The Last of Us Part 1's PC features and specs have been revealed. Ultra-wide monitor support and other PC features are confirmed. I really probably don't care that much, but let's see if we can get this picture bigger. Did that open that picture? Yeah. So the recommended specs at 60 frames per second 1080p at high presets is a Ryzen 5 3600X or an Intel Core i7 8700, and then a RX 58 XT 8GB or a 66 XT 8GB, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 2070 Super at 8GB or a GeForce RTX 3600 8GB. They are effectively telling you previous generation video cards need to be about 2 series above what the current generation of video cards are. They want you to have 16 gigabytes of RAM and Windows 10 64-bit version, 1909 or newer. And then they want you to have a massive 100 gigabytes SSD, which that is a lot of space, certainly. If you have a 256 gigabyte SSD and you're losing potentially 80 of those gigabytes to Windows and other software to begin with, you're not given a lot of extra room here. And that's just for recommended. Once they start to bump up to 1440p, which people like to play at those settings if they can, they want double the amount of RAM. And if you're going to 4K at 60 frames per second at the ultra preset setting, they just want even more powerful CPUs and GPUs. Yep, even going up to 1440p, they also want a more powerful CPU too. Those are some pretty big numbers. And if anything, I think in this case, that very well might be specifications and requirements that are unnecessary if they had optimized The Last of Us Part 1 better. But I wouldn't be surprised if whatever third-party company that's porting this to PC, even if it is Insomniac Games themselves, I wouldn't be surprised if they just don't have the experience as far as optimizing for a Windows platform, since they are a Sony first second-party type company. Insomniac Games is, at least. So, yeah. And then I personally am just in this weird situation where I kind of want to play Last of Us Part 1, but I kind of don't want to play Last of Us Part 2, so you get into this weird situation where I would just like to play the first game and then assume the story ends at the ending of the first game. And then Part 1 may not actually be Last of Us Remastered, which may already be on PC. So Part 1 may have slight visual changes in it, or just tweaks for no real reason, which is very similar to the Outer Worlds game that was released by Private Division. And it seems fairly obvious at this point, once I've heard more evidence, more claims at least, that Private Division was losing the license to the Outer Worlds. And so they came out with the Outer Worlds Spacer's Choice Edition, I believe is the name of it, and said it had better graphics, but really just ruined everything and ruined the performance. It seems to me like they just rushed out a release to try to get some more money out of people before they lost the license, and the actual developers of the Outer Worlds don't seem to actually have been involved, and so their name is effectively getting dragged through the mud for a release or a port that was not made by them. Meanwhile, the makers of the Outer Worlds were also the makers of the original couple of Fallout games, and so now they're working on yet another game, and so they're being distracted from working on their project by, I assume, taking the blame that they don't deserve to take. The Spacer's Choice Edition really is the worst case example of what a publisher can do to really screw over a game developer just to make a buck. Plus, better graphics mods already existed, and level cap increase mods also existed for the Outer Worlds anyways, so this Spacer's Choice Edition is just adding things you could have modded in anyways. And I don't know if you really even need a level cap increase, because it's not that long of a game. Moving on, Video Games Chronicles says Fortnite Battle Royale Chapter 4 Season 2 Mega is now available. That's a mouthful, certainly. And here we can see an Attack on Titan crossover event, and then I assume the rest of these characters are either original characters or from games I don't recognize. Let's see. Video Games Chronicle says, watch Mario movie cast perform Super Mario Bros. Theme with Miyamoto, which I assume that means they're just going to be vocalizing it. And yeah, if ever you needed an example of celebrity like hires and voice acting roles, you definitely can see that this picture highlights that pretty well. In that if you were going to hire voice actors, you wouldn't have Jack Black playing Bowser. You wouldn't have this guy, I want to say his name is Ryan Seacrest, but that's not it, playing Mario. None of these people are voice actors first. They are face actors, except for Jimmy Kimmel, who I don't even know who he plays, but he definitely probably shouldn't be in there. This might be Seth Rogen. And then you have Miyamoto down here, which he may do a voice too. I'm not sure who Fred Armisen is playing either. Let's see. Jimmy Fallon, The Roots, and Super Mario Brothers movie cast sing the Super Mario Brothers theme song. This also is I imagine, great example of the Jimmy Fallon being used as a promoter of video games, which they were trying to do the similar thing as far as like Conan O'Brien too, where Conan O'Brien, who literally had no interest in video games and couldn't play video games, was somehow promoting video games and doing whole skits around how funny it was that he this is straight up a clip from Jimmy Fallon. That's why I have it blurred. I don't want to get content ID claimed from him. But yeah, it smacks of, frankly, advertising agencies not knowing the target audience, particularly in this case. I seriously doubt the 8 to 14-year-olds who are going to go and watch Super Mario Brothers movies watch Jimmy Fallon or get any kind of idea from Jimmy Fallon as far as what movies they want to go watch. And I seriously doubt any parents are watching Jimmy Fallon, parents of young kids are watching Jimmy Fallon and making their decisions on purchasing video games or going to watch video game movies based on Jimmy Fallon either. I doubt parents of young kids are really watching Jimmy Fallon at all. And yeah, the whole thing just falls apart as being ridiculous. If anything, it starts to smack of Jimmy Fallon trying to stay relevant and young, feel young. Moving on, we have a couple more Video Games Chronicle articles. Square Enix says Forspoken's launch sales were, quote, lackluster. No surprising. This is standard operating procedure with Square Enix, and we would have thought that the approval of the new president, which hasn't happened yet, would have, but the announcement or the attempt to replace the president would have potentially put a gag order around them coming out and just saying what obviously was true, but saying it out loud. It's still somewhat offensive. They also are trying to blame reviews, saying, quote, challenging reviews contributed to the underwhelming commercial debut. Which I hate to potentially be a defender of mainstream video game journalism because they certainly deserve a lot of the criticism they get. But I think in this case, the reviews were fairly accurate from what I'm getting as far as Forspoken, in that the story was just not good and the gameplay wasn't that good. They never really sold me as just a standard gamer on the idea that I really would want to play Forspoken in the first place, or even really explain to me what Forspoken was going to be or what was going to make it special. Like, I still don't have really a clue as to what its actual story is, other than it is this, I think, a thief, like, young adult woman who gets sent to another world and gets magical powers. That's the entirety of my understanding of Forspoken. I don't even know why it's called Forspoken as a game. But yeah, Square Enix failed to support the game in its development, which is very standard Square Enix, and then they failed to promote the game properly during its promotion period and such. So yeah, I had hoped that Square Enix would do this, but all signs as far as previous behavior, as far as Square Enix was pushing to them coming out and just saying they throwing people under the bus. I saw a YouTube video around someone who was talking about how they promote, or how they understand the self-publishing on Steam. And one of the things they mentioned is that it seems like if you self-publish, your game has to be coming soon or labeled for at least 2 weeks. So you can't just put a game on the storefront and then publish it to come out that same day. I'm not sure if that's the same for everybody or if that's just for newest of the new people doing Steam Direct. But they also seem fairly confident to say that the algorithm is heavily based around wish lists on Steam, in the fact that if you don't get a ton of people to wishlist your game before it's released, then the Steam app won't notify people when the game comes out, and then it won't see people buying the game in the first hour or so, much like the YouTube algorithm, where you're always, we know the YouTube algorithm needs people to watch the videos all the way through in the first hour or so for it to then recommend the videos, or in Steam's case, recommend the games to the next group of 100 people or so. Yeah, it is almost a one-to-one comparison. Which, yeah. I'm not sure if people really shop that way, though, on Steam, where they wishlist games like crazy. And inherently, if you're wishlisting a single game, that's different than subscribing to a YouTube channel and clicking the notification bell, because the developer is only getting that one game wishlisted, and you're only putting out that one notification for when that game comes out. Personally, I have hundreds, if not thousands, of games wishlisted, and I've never gotten a notification that I've paid any attention to from Steam. I just don't have any of those enabled, and I wouldn't shop that way. I get that from Amazon.com. They try to say something like what I'm looking for is on sale 3 or 4 times a day, but the sales often are gone by the time I even see them, or they're not that good of a discount. It's like 5% off at most. Moving on, since none of that had to do with Forspoken. Cliff Bleszinski considered taking Gears 4 first person pre the Microsoft acquisition. Microsoft bought the IP from Epic in 2014. Before I talk about this article, it is also important to say the Epic YouTube channel or the Epic Games Store's YouTube channel, I'm not sure which one, had put out a video showing their new self-publishing interface, and just walking people through, this is how you make a game using the Unreal Engine, and this is how you set it up to be published in the Epic Games Store. Mostly this is how you set it up to be published in the Epic Games Store. So it does seem to me that very quickly we are going to start to see a lot more self-published games show up on the Epic Games Store. I don't know if that means anything really, because you probably don't have an algorithm that's even as good as Steam on the Epic Games Store that would promote games or highlight games as far as what would show up on the front page. And yeah, so it probably won't matter or change too much, but you know, we might get a headline in the next 6 months where the Epic Games Store says we have over 1 million games now listed on our storefront because of self-publishing. As for this Video Games Chronicle article, it means nothing to me. Cliff Bleszinski, not really in the video game industry at this point, arguably way too overhyped, as selling himself as the one and only major person in charge of Gears of War. And yeah, he's just not involved anymore. If Gears 4 had gone first person, which I feel like they had already even talked about that, really wouldn't have changed too much. You almost certainly still would have gone third person in cutscenes. It would just slightly shifted it. If anything, by the time even Gears of War was in development, it would have made a lot of sense for Gears games, like most games, to have at least in the back of their head the thought of going from third person to first person based on a option toggle in the menu. If anything, this re-release of Resident Evil 4, once it comes out, may highlight the end of an era of third person games for the most part. What is way more annoying to me as I'm playing Prey is that you're in first person perspective throughout that game, and yet at the beginning of the game they let you pick a male or female character, which caused them to redo the voice lines of several characters by a male and female voice actor. So they paid double what they should have paid, well over double, I'm sure, in voice acting fees, which that money could have been used to polish Prey as a game a lot more for very little reward to have different voice acting. And then having a 3D model of the character you play as picked as male or female changes very little in the game, because you don't look in mirrors and see yourself at all. You don't go into a special cutscene mode where you see your character or the head of your character when they're talking to people. There is no special cutscene interaction talking mode when there really should be in Prey. So it just feels like a waste, and I've seen that in several games where picking your character means very little. Usually in third person perspective it means you see either the back of the head of one character versus another character, and that's it. Much better to make something like Witcher 3 where Geralt of Rivia is Geralt of Rivia. He's a male character. He has 5 different haircuts that you can go to a barbershop if you can find it and change, but that's pretty much it. He has different weapons and armor and things that change while you're playing the game, but that's it. You don't need these high level customizations on what a character looks like unless that really is going to play a role in the game somehow. I don't think people who play role-playing games now have less imagination or more imagination than people who were playing role-playing games 20, 30 years ago when they were just playing Dungeons and Dragons in their basement and thinking in their head. So just let people in first-person perspective imagine what their character is going to look like regardless, and just pretend what their character is going to look like, and don't try to visually accommodate the imagination of every single player of a role-playing game. Yes, in the case of Gears of War, and really I'm rambling too much today, I have something to say about everything today. You do kind of have this iconic guy, but I'm not sure that even the Gears of War series really cares about this iconic guy or the other iconic characters as far as a team in the Gears of War series. You could very well have made Gears of War very much like Halo, and it could have just been somebody in a helmet, and I think the gameplay and story would have sold pretty much exactly the same. Personally, I've just never really been impressed by Cliff Bleszinski. Like, he may have some good top level ideas for the, like, particularly for like the gamer bro Halo style fans out there, but I just don't think he really contributed that much. And that's true for a lot of big names that are very self-promoting in the gaming industry. Moving on, our last Video Games Chronicle article for today says the Epic is planning for more, quote, major Epic Games Store exclusives. It says smaller titles weren't enough to tempt players to move over from Steam, which highlights that their focus is definitely still to draw people away from Steam, which I don't think that's going to happen very much. But it does seem like the Epic Game Store is going to get promoted more. I suppose somewhat worth pointing out that the CEO of Epic now is Tim Sweeney, not Cliff Bleszinski, who I don't believe works at Epic at all. Apparently their biggest exclusive was Borderlands 3, which crushed, quote-unquote, crushed expectations. They're funding the development of games as part of its own publishing label, which was announced in 2020. Alan Wake 2 is coming, and a new project from the Limbo maker Playdead, and Last Guardian studio Gen Design. So they've got like 3 big things. Over 230 million Epic Games Store PC users, and 36 million, up from 36 million in 2021, which, I mean, this number arguably barely means anything, because it just means somebody made an Epic Games Store account to get free games, and that's exactly what I'm doing. I've probably accepted, I would say, at least 98% of every free game Epic Games Store has played. I have played exactly 0 of them. I have 0 intention of ever playing them. I'm simply just building up a backup library in case somehow Steam went down, or my account got banned or something on Steam, which would be crazy. And I potentially would sue them if something like that happened, because I've put a lot of money into buying games on Steam. In 2022, 626 new PC titles were added to the store, taking the total up to 1,548, which that number is incredibly small. I have probably double that on my wish list of just good games worth playing on Steam. And then they said players spent $355 million on third-party games, which was up 18% over year. although total spending on all games fell 2% to $820 million, which, if anything, that means they lost more money on Fortnite sales and V-Bucks sales than they gained by adding a bunch of third-party games. And these numbers aren't particularly great for once you start to divide this. Like, at best, you're averaging 2 million per game on their platform, if I'm doing the math right. No, probably am not doing the math right. Also plans to continue to give away free PC titles on a weekly basis throughout 2023, but there has been some thought they may stop that. What they're not covering here, though, is also that they are pushing more on the developers, the idea of the self-publishing. So this number of adding 626 in 2022, they definitely want to see that number way bigger in 2023. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if in 2023 it is closer to 10 to 100,000 new games being on their storefront. Although inherently there will be some speed bumps there too, as far as just, is the Epic Games Store going to allow adult content games? If the answer to that is no, which I suspect it will be, somebody's going to try, and then that's going to cause a controversy of some sort. Is the Epic Games Store really trying to focus on bringing any JRPGs or Japanese style games that you would expect to be allowed on Steam outside of the adult sections? Things like Atlas Horizon, things like that. I've yet to see the Epic Games Store really try to promote itself as a place for JRPGs. If they said yes to those, then you could get a lot of games. If they're saying no to that, then no. The Epic Games Store definitely has sold itself as being the place where they're going to be less restrictive than Steam as far as what they're allowing, but if anything, they have been fairly curative as far as what games they were putting on their storefront and what games they weren't, because they've been hand-picking games. If they are going now to the point where they're giving up on hand-picking and it is just going to be a Steam Direct equivalent, the Epic Games Store may change drastically. It still will be kind of an awful store, though. Like, it just... see if we could get a link to it. Epic Games Store. Title. Here. 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 Okay. So, on main storefront, when you get to the Epic Games Store, you have your first banner here is promoting Rocket League, a pretty old game, Fortnite, Redfall, Hogwarts Legacy, Crime Boss, Rockaway City. They have this end of winter sale spotlight, which is still going on, which is selling some games at a discount, but it's kind of even hard to read this from 10 feet away looking at a monitor. And it's just 5 games, whereas on Steam you would expect there to be a click more button. Okay, there's an arrow over here. But cycling through this, you can see these are all fairly big name games that are being on sale. Like, I'm not seeing any small indie experiences. Maybe Goat Simulator 3 being about the most indie of the options. Maybe this Tortuga Pirate's Tale being most indie. And then you're having news announcements as your third thing, and then you have your free games as your fourth thing, and then coming soon from one specific publisher, Paradox Interactive, And then you're already down to the uninteresting depiction of top upcoming games, most played, top sellers, most popular, new releases. They're running out of games to announce. Games with achievements, for instance. It's like, yeah, you're running out of ways to advertise the games to you. Here's the Spacer's Choice game, and that's a good one to potentially click on and look at. But yeah, we're at the bottom of the front page of the Epic Game Store very quickly. Way more goals, way more games depicted on the front page before you get to a fold on the front page of Steam, and then you just infinitely scroll. So I want to click on this as an example, because another thing to highlight as far as when you get to these individual games is that the sales point, as stupid as it may be around the Epic Game Store, was to allow publishers and developers to get away from having reviews and what they were often calling review bombs, when they're really often, most of the times, almost every time somebody's claimed a game has been review bombed, it's been reviewed accurately based on something actually in the game. Only once or twice have I seen a game review bombed for something that wasn't actually in the game, or something that to me felt like an irrelevant, stupid reason. Hogwarts Legacy is kind of an example of a game that probably is getting somewhat reviewed bombed because of J.K. Rowling's comments and tweets instead of what is actually in Hogwarts Legacy. But yeah, there's literally no reviews here. So you have no consumer protection at all as far as knowing that this game is incredibly poorly performing. They are making a big deal about saying the refund type is refundable, which means not all games are refundable on the Epic Game Store, which again just makes less consumer protections. This is a very much an anti-consumer experience compared to Steam. Even as a presentation, though, it's not particularly good. You have these screenshots and you have descriptions, but you're not getting anything that tells you what languages it would speak for the game. So it's not international. You're getting like 3 tags here, and then features mentioned in a different place. Yeah, they're telling you the recommended specs, but yeah, without reviews, Epic Game Store really is just total garbage. Not something I'd recommend anybody buy from. Alright, moving on. I need to move up. Hurry up. We're going through the Gematsu articles now. The Xbox Games Showcase for 2023 has been set for June 11th, immediately followed by a Starfield Direct. So it seems like they are going to have a Bethesda Direct, but call it Starfield Direct instead, which at a certain point, why not just have that as part of a game showcase, other than the fact that I guess the game showcase is probably just going to showcase a few Microsoft games or Xbox games in general, maybe not even from Microsoft, whereas the Starfield Direct is going to be a longer presentation talking about Starfield specifically. A game called Remnant 2 Gunslinger Archetype trailer is now available, which check that out if you're interested. It's a third-person shooter game, which, yeah, wasn't really sure what kind of game it was. Yeah. Okay, that looks more interesting than what I thought it was, because I kind of thought it was a top-down strategy XCOM style game. Although this may very well be not as interesting as it might seem, because it may be closer to like a Quake game than a more open world, open level designed game. Grim Guardians Demon Purge has changed its English title to Gal Guardians Demon Purge. The title change is in response to a complaint from the owners of the trademark Grimguard, which, okay, I guess they would probably not want to get into a lawsuit just to keep the name the same. And then at a certain point, it is crazy how trademarks work, and that you could search the trademark office and listings and have a name like Grim Guardians, which and have that all set up, and then you can announce your game, and then somebody else can come out and say that's too close to our game, our name. This being said, you are really dancing on the line of whether I would agree with this idea, because Grimguard itself probably should not be trademarkable. The simplistic addition of a generic word like Grim added without a space to a generic word like guard probably shouldn't be translatable in the first place. In fairness, Grim Guardians is just Grimguard with a space in between. But yeah, neither one of those really should be trademarkable, and I think they very easily would have gotten away with doing it, and maybe it would have gone to a lawsuit, and maybe they just didn't want to fight with it. It doesn't probably matter too much to the makers of this game anyways. This is just a side game, one of these anime style games that they put out more for the niche audience. It is a interesting twist of a game in that it is two of the Galgun characters, I believe, from one of the Galgun games in a Castlevania style game. So if anything, it makes a decent amount of sense that it would be Gal Guardians in the first place. And the name change certainly here does not increase or decrease my interest in playing this game. I would totally play it if it was cheap still. If anything, the name fits better. Moving on, the PlayStation Japan Punch lineup video is available to watch. It features Final Fantasy 16, Resident Evil 4 remakes, Street Fighter 6, and more. This is the Punch lineup from PlayStation, and I can't even read that. It introduces 19 PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4 titles to a music video by multiple Japanese people. Oh. That's an interesting combination. At a certain level, this almost screams too that Sony of Japan may have regained some autonomy, because what we've been seeing as far as promotions and advertisements around the PlayStation in the past year or so has just been these mostly selling the PlayStation 5 hardware commercials that were these international commercials, and they barely had any reference to any individual game, and if they did have a reference to an individual game, it was for a brief second. And it still very much is in that feeling in which games don't particularly matter to Sony of Japan or Sony of California, and so here they've spent some money, almost certainly paying, I imagine, pretty famous uh, Japanese rappers and pop artists, musicians, maybe people who are under the same contract of the parent company of Sony. So this may very well have been a contract between like Sony Music and Sony Entertainment Interactive. But I also can't say that this is a bad idea by any means, because having more Japanese-centric commercials in Japan for Sony games makes more sense. There really should be country-specific or culture-specific commercials for consoles, and we weren't really seeing that much anything like that in the past year otherwise. And the PlayStation commercials in general have been just weird. I would like to listen to this, but I'll do it off screen because it would almost certainly get content ID'd, and it also probably would be fairly annoying with a bunch of just J-pop type stuff to people who aren't fans of J-pop. Let's see. Ys 10 Nordics details 3 characters or 2 characters and a cross-action battle system if you want to check that out on Gamatsu. Looks fairly interesting. Ys is a JRPG series, long running. I probably would still recommend something like Monster Hunter before playing the Ys series, and very possibly I would argue that the Dragon Quest series might make some sense too. If you play Dragon Quest and Monster Hunter and like them both, then Ys might be an interesting middle ground between the two. Yeah, spending too much time on that one. Let's see, Deca Police Level 5 Vision has a new teaser and gameplay introduction, trailers, and details. This animation style feels a little flat. It's not brightly lit. Let's see. I don't think I recognize Deca Police. It's definitely more of a cartoony, almost Persona looking in its gameplay style. If anything, this probably is a fairly more kid-targeted JRPG game in animation style you would expect from a modern anime type movement. Let's see. Do we ever get age ratings on games? Not really from Gamatsu. Whatever the 0 rating would be from Japan would not inherently directly connect to an ESRB rating in the West anyways. This is very possibly not a game that would come to the West anyways. A crime suspense RPG is an interesting twist in general. So many RPGs are in fantasy worlds where you're just fighting monsters that making a role-playing game where you're playing a different type of role does make some sense. Let's see. Fantasy Life I, The Girl Who Steals Time, has a teaser trailer and new details. Apparently there was a presentation, and maybe that presentation was called Level 5 Vision, or maybe that was called the 2023 Suzumi event. This was more of a mobile looking game. Looks like it's mostly still a kind of Animal Crossing type experience, Stardew Valley type experience. I'm not sure there really is even that much farming. If anything, if there is an actual farming of fruits and vegetables and it is more of an adventure JRPG, that would catch my attention more. You can see they chopped down a tree. But I'd be willing to tolerate that. Cooking again, you run the danger of there being a bunch of mini games decorating a house and no major focus on just taking on enemies or dungeon crawling, which if you want an Animal Crossing type experience, that kind of feels like that's what this is. If anything, Animal Crossing competitors now would make some sense after the massive success of the most recent Animal Crossing. It would make sense that we'd start to see some clones try to come out. Megaton Musashi Wired has been announced for the PS5, PS4, Switch, and PC. It's a mecha action RPG due out in 2023 worldwide. I'll leave it at that. Professor Layton in the New World of Steam has a new teaser trailer and new details. Again, at the Level 5 Vision 2023 Suzumi teaser. Suzumi event. I'm not so sure what Suzumi means in Japanese. Probably means something though. Guess the easiest thing we could do here is search what that means and see if that would translate anything. Apparently, a Suzumi is any family of Japanese two-headed drums with an hourglass-shaped waist body. I wish there was a picture here. There were pictures on the Google search, but then I closed it. Maybe it's called a Chango also. But yeah. So it's a drum, a Japanese drum. So I would assume the idea here is that they're drumming up in this event attention around the games. Level 5 in particular, this may be their own specific event, and I wouldn't be surprised if there were Suzumi drums banging throughout that entire event. Inazuma 11 Victory Road has a new teaser trailer and new details. So everything came out with a teaser trailer and new details. Inazuma 11 being a more, I think, story-based. Yeah, it's an RPG soccer sports game based on a soccer anime. Although I'm not sure I recognize all these characters, so these might be new to the game characters. You can see there's a lot of conversation happening here for what would be a soccer RPG. And that does not look like playing soccer either. So there may be actually no actual soccer gameplay. Well, it looks like there's some soccer gameplay. It is an interesting twist, certainly, if you were going to make a role-playing game where you're playing a sport like soccer. You really would have to get a ton of resources and experience through every soccer game. Otherwise, the soccer games would become far too repetitive and far too long for their own good. And yeah, almost every RPG that I've ever played, at least, has very small rat-like characters that you're mostly fighting, human characters that you're mostly fighting, that you shoot in one or two shots and they die, and then you get a small amount of experience doing that over and over and over again. But a soccer game, you'd almost have to assume you're getting XP for every time you move the soccer ball an inch closer to the net. For every successful kick or pass, you potentially get points. much like how Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel gives you points for accomplishing specific sub-goals while playing. And then at the end of every soccer game, you'd probably get lots and lots of levels, lots and lots of experience, but it couldn't be so much experience that you would go up on average 2 or 3 levels. Otherwise, the level system would just be broken. So, yeah. If there is a level system. I'm assuming there's a level system. Let's see, moving on, the Famitsu sales from the 27th to the March 2nd, February 27th to March 2nd, has been updated. Let's see what's new as far as sales. Wulong Fallen Dynasty doing particularly well for the PS5. The reviews from Famitsu were actually pretty high on this game, whereas Western reviewers were not anywhere as interested in Wulong. Metroid Prime Remastered taking the 10th spot as a new game for the Switch, and Rune Factor 3 for the Switch taking the 5th spot, whereas everything else is just holding its positions in the Nintendo Switch lineup, which, if anything, this probably highlights. In the West, Metroid Prime Remastered probably should be in the 3rd or 4th spot, but Metroid just not really that popular in Japan. And it doesn't look like there's much of a change otherwise as far as new information. PlayStation 5 selling really well now that they're finally available, outselling the Nintendo Switch models for like 3 weeks in a row, it feels like. But everything's selling particularly well. Like, if anything, the PlayStation 5, much more than the Switch, is bringing people to go to electronic stores in Japan and buying PlayStation 5s and Xbox Series X's and Series S's and Switches. And certainly the total sales still would have to severely catch up, just for the fact that the Switch OLED model even has been out and available for a lot longer. Moving on, War Thunder spin-off Aces of Thunder has been announced for the PlayStation VR 2. It's a little surprising that we would get a PlayStation VR 2 announcement at this point, because you would have thought all of them would have been announced right as they announced the PlayStation VR 2 during their launch event, or they would wait a lot longer. Being in a cockpit doing dogfighting in VR, if anything, that makes a lot of sense to me, because you could sit down and you would want a very wide field of view and an immersive experience to have that kind of experience. Plus the HOTAS hands-on throttle system, is that what HOTAS stands for? Those kinds of joysticks and such are pretty well designed so that you don't have to look down to press a button or control everything. So being in VR and not being able to see your hands or the controllers are at less of a disadvantage in a dogfighting military fighting game. That being said, you're still really selling to a niche audience of both people who are interested in military dogfighting simulations and a niche audience of people who are interested and willing to pay $500 plus for a PlayStation VR 2 and also have a PlayStation 5 to plug in their PlayStation VR 2. Rune Factor 3 special launches September 5th in the West for Switch and PC. Rune Factory being a JRPG that's action JRPG that's more top down, looks a little bit more farm based, going more for the moe anime style of characters here, in which their heads are way too big and their necks and limbs are shorter, and so they just overall look short. And also going for almost a harem focus here in this special swimsuit mode, which you have, let's see, 6 plus another 5, 11 female anime moe characters, and 1 male character. Alright, well, I'll leave it at that. I do believe the Rune Factory series has been somewhat popular up until this point, though. Moving on, Flamekeeper launches March 17th for Switch and PC, and then later for the PS4, PS5, Xbox Series, and Xbox One. Is Flamekeeper the game where you play as the Spark? They say it's a roguelike action game. Yeah, it does seem like you're playing as an anthropomorphic spark of fire. Okay. Yeah, of what I've seen of this before, this looked like this might be somewhat interesting of a game. It also might not be much of anything. It looks like it might be fairly focused around defending a flag, effectively defending a flame in the level. Well, we'll leave it at that. I need to really hurry up here. I'm going too slow. Raven's Watch gameplay overview trailer is available on Gametsu if you want to check that out. This looks like this is a roguelike action game. And as always, seems like it comes in big bundles when there's somewhat interesting games coming out. And that is true, because it is very often the same publisher putting out announcements for 3 or 4 games at the same time, or multiple publishers all announcing at the same event or announcing at the same time. When there definitely are slow days in the news when you could have made an announcement around the game and that would have been the only news around video games that came out that day. This looks like a Diablo-like game. Looks kind of interesting. Let's see. A game called Ad Infinitum has been delayed to September. It's no longer due out on April 20th. This looks like a weird horror creature of some sort. The video's age restricted horror survival game. Let's see what the Steam page tells us. If anything, this is the kind of game that I would potentially just dismiss as an asset flip horror game. It does seem like it is trying to be set in like World War II trench warfare environment, and so that looks somewhat interesting. So I'll give that a follow prematurely. Let's see. Gametsu says War Hospital launches August 31st. New trailer features the story of an injured soldier. Yeah. That's a strategy game. And I question really would I want to play a drama survival game where you are running a war hospital. When you take that like top view of a game and zoom out, it might be a lot more bearable to play that kind of narrative than if they were zooming in and just showing a lot of like injured people and disfigured people and people just dying. Once they just become numbers, and it's easier to disassociate. So a game like this does kind of catch my attention, as that might be a great game to play in the same way that Plague Inc. was a very interesting game to play when I played it. Ironically, I played a ton of Plague Inc. when I first started my channel about 10 years ago, and then And then the whole COVID pandemic happened, and I don't know if I really would want to go back to playing Plague Inc. at that point. It stops being all fun and games when the Plague Inc. kind of closely simulates what really happened as far as the amount of people getting sick and dying. I could still totally play the game. It just would be... I would be afraid I would come off callous playing the game. Moving on. Gangs of Shorewood launches this fall. It is... Do we have a specific date? Nope. It's an action co-op game. And you get more details just going to the Steam page, so let's just go to the Steam page. Yep. Coming soon. According to Steam, you have a bunch of people attacking people. A lot of probably not in-engine screenshots here, which if anything that highlights maybe one of the problems of Steam is that you can put up screenshots that are not actually in-engine and in the game. That being said, we looked at the Epic Game Store, and looking just at a Steam page listing, you have reviews, which don't have that. You have the ability for users to add tags, but then a deceptiveness in which a lot of these user-defined tags are added by the creator. You have here a link to other Nacon published games. You have developer and publisher here. SteamDB tells you how many people are online, so I've added that as a plugin. Is the game relevant to you? Are there any announcements? Here you have language. Here you have genres. Update history, related news, stuff like this. Share, embed, flag, system requirements, then more Nacon games, then more games like that, then what curators say, then what people who have reviewed the game says. There's arguably nearly double the amount of information being presented on a Steam page compared to the Epic page we looked at. That being said, a lot of it is advertisement, and it does make for the page to be a lot busier as far as just having two columns and a lot of stuff being shown. And this is in the example of a game that barely has any information at all. There is definitely room for even more information on most game listings on Steam. Let's see. Do we actually look at this Professor Layton game? This is another Professor Layton game, and they're showing off this character, but that's not Professor Layton. That's Professor Layton. Let's see. Lord of the Rings Golem story trailer is available if you want to check that out again on Gamatsu. You have about 10 more articles from Gamatsu. RoboCop Rogue City has been delayed to September. We had already talked about that. Crime Boss Rockaway City for the PS5 Xbox Series launches in June. The PC version is exclusive to the Epic Game Store until at least June of 2024. That being said, I doubt Crime Boss Rockaway City is going to convince people to play it instead of, say, just playing GTA on Steam. Tintin Reporter Cigars of the Pharaoh has a reveal trailer and screenshots. The adventure game is coming out in 2023. Tintin, very popular character outside of the United States and Europe, basically unknown in the United States. I assume this is going to be kind of a kid-friendly adventure game. They literally only have 3 screenshots here. It does seem like it's going to try to be a little bit more open world though, so that's fairly ambitious as a concept. And since I'm not familiar with Tintin, I don't really know the full feel there. Got a dog, got a character, gets on this ship. Yep. It definitely feels like it's probably a more kid-friendly type story. Yeah, but they're not really showing much as far as actual gameplay. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not even really like a point-and-click adventure where you're doing a lot of talking or collecting of items. I wouldn't be surprised if it is a very simplistic adventure experience, which is fine. We definitely need new and better kids games, other than just like more Lego games from TT Games, which is about the only general category of kids games that are good that I can mention off the top of my head. Super Mario Bros. Movie final trailer. We already talked about that, but Komatsu has it too. Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection has an additional features trailer and screenshots. I would assume that the fan base of Mega Man Battle Network is still out there, and so they will be happy with this collection of old Mega Man games being ported and coming out. That being said, it definitely looks like a collection of old games, so, and since you're getting a collection of multiple games, it could be really, really grindy to try and play all of the games. There's like 499 patch cards, which sounds like a very high amount of anything. Let's see. Street Fighter 6 real-time commentary feature adds Hikaru Takahashi. The Japanese actor completes the game's commentary roster. Who is this actor? Though, like, to a foreigner, to a Westerner. Let's see. There's several other names I don't recognize as far as commentators. So yeah, I'm gonna blur this just for safety's sake. It seems to me it may just be somewhat of a celebrity commentating on the battle, but even if it was the voice actress or of one of the characters in Street Fighter 6, Street Fighter 6 is this cartoony CGI 3D models, so the commentary is just like showing up here at the very bottom as a subtitle, and I'm sure you would be hearing it if I had the audio turned on too, but it's kind of silly to have a trailer where 90% of what you're showing is the visuals of the game and you're focusing on the 10% of the subtitles and the commentary. But I think it's a case that Street Fighter fans or fans of fighting games actually do enjoy the idea of having different commentators. They enjoy the idea, I imagine, of being treated like a real sport, and in the real sports like football and baseball and basketball, there tends to be, at the professional level, at least one, if not two, commentators on the side making commentary. WWE wrestling does the same thing. They have commentators commenting to, in a small part, add legitimacy to professional wrestling, but also just to keep the narrative going and move the story forward. Moving on, Exoprimal launches July 4th. April open beta test set for March 17th to the 19th. We're covering the same articles twice here from different sources. Ghost Trick Phantom Detective launches June 30th. Pre-orders include backgrounds and music tracks. It's coming out for the PC, PS4, Switch, and Xbox One. And this was originally I think, Nintendo DS game that was a niche favorite. It's kind of a puzzle game where you are this ghost and you have to manipulate different objects as a ghost to solve a puzzle. Let's see. No, I'm running out of steam, starting Neon. Let's definitely put this on the follow list. Although June 29th is quite a way away. We have 3 more Gematsu articles, and then hopefully we can burn through the games that came out on Steam. Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak expansion set for everything new. PS5, PS4, Xbox Series, Xbox One on April 28th. We talked about that. Resident Evil 4 Remake put out the Chainsaw demo, now available. Play as long as you want with no time limit. It is the first part of the game to the point where you fight everybody in the village. I don't believe you can leave the village, though. And I've watched someone else play it, and if anything, it is kind of amazing how well they've been able to effectively just remake the original game with the same furniture in the same place and the same items in the same place, so it feels like it's a one-to-one transition, but then the visuals look completely different, and honestly I'm not sure that they aren't adding a few things here and there or making a few changes here and there, so it doesn't quite feel exactly like Resident Evil 4. I think a lot of people probably haven't played Resident Evil 4 in a long enough amount of time to remember what it really was like. So I do think you will get a significant percentage of people who played a remake and feel like it is just a remaster of the first game, of the first releases, but first versions. But as someone who has recently played Resident Evil 4, I can definitely tell you it's going to feel very weird and very different to me. I imagine the game doesn't change much in the village section in the first section anyways, because I imagine it is going to it'll add more content after like 2 hours into the game, when you can no longer refund or when it can start to make some major changes. I have definitely seen more changes in the later parts that have been shown than this demo part. And then our last Gematsu article says Doraemon Story of Seasons Friends of the Great Kingdom DLC Pack number 3 Together with Animals is now available alongside a free update. The free update includes a special bonus item, Nabi Balloon, and Doraemon Balloon. I assume this kid is Nobi or Nabi. This Doraemon game seems to be a farming Stardew Valley type game simulation, is what they're calling it. Okay. Now let's burn through games that came out on Steam this Friday. Well, I would say, since it's a Friday, there's a slightly less chance of there being adult content. This Freak Ninja Wars game is in the adult section immediately, although none of the screenshots really are showing anything. So this feels like one of these games that is potentially claiming there's adult content, but not really selling itself on adult content. Interestingly enough, this is a Japanese-only game, $8.99, doesn't support English, and yet you see what looks like English writing in the game, so that doesn't make any sense. It's some kind of card-based RPG experience, and all the screenshots are really making it seem more like a mobile game than anything else. Yeah. So it just seems like it's all over the place. And if anything, being in the adult section makes this less likely that it would be something you'd want to buy, because they're really not showing you what you'd actually get. They say there's nipple exposures, genitalia, violence, rape, and then they don't even finish the sentence. Like, this doesn't go anywhere. Yeah. So this really just feels like a mobile game that may have that content in it or may not, but you may have to very well grind to see 4 or 5 images at most, and you would basically have to assume that it has English even though it says it doesn't, just from the screenshots. Just a really, really bad listing as far as the game goes. Next we have Netherverse, which too could have been an adult game. I don't think it really is though. Let's see, for free-to-play third-person team-based 3 versus 3 deathmatch online game set in a dystopian world. That is way too many like tags and keywords, keyword stuffing. I have to say no to this. The only thing that maybe would have caught my attention was like this character, but then you have a lot of these ethereal monster-like characters too that you seem to also play as. For this character, but no, I'm gonna say no to that. Let's see, high score doesn't look like anything. Here we have another adult game. Our Memory is Hentai. Looks like it is a memory match the card game with, I would say, 3D CGI type depictions of characters for women. And like a previous game I've seen about a week ago, it is showing the card images basically where it's showing just boobs or butts and not showing the heads or the full body of the character, because the cards are so small, so it's just not visually even that interesting. It's $4.49, English only. Don't think there's anything else to really even say there. Definitely doesn't feel polished. Ollie 1, sneak in. Discover a way to collect all the neighbors' money. Collect as in steal, apparently. So this almost feels like this is a kid-friendly game around the idea of encouraging people to break into people's houses and collect money. Otherwise it kind of just feels like an asset flip game with nothing around it. $10.99 English only. Yeah, I think we'll say no to that. There is definitely an argument against like promoting dishonest behavior, which is what YouTube has called it. I'll give this one a chance. Maybe some Game Boy fans out there might like a game like this. Yeah, YouTube demonetizing videos that promote dishonest or illegal behavior. Like, at a certain point, it's censorship, certainly. You can't call it anything different. But I could also say that if you're making a game that looks like it's being advertised to kids, some level of censorship is acceptable. Very few people, even free speech absolutists, are that absolute about the idea that a 1 or 2 or 3 or 4-year-old should be allowed or advertised to with horrific violence, graphics, nudity, sex, things like that. That there's age appropriateness, and at a certain level, video games that are potentially targeted to young kids should be age appropriate in that they should teach good behaviors or safe behaviors at least, and breaking into people's houses is not a safe behavior in any way. Here's the Resident Evil 4 chainsaw demo. Problem with this is I make a YouTube short on this and then people are going to yell at me for promoting the chainsaw demo or demo 6 months or a month from now, not 6 months from now, when it's no longer relevant. I've also noticed that the faces on the villagers in the demo are a lot different than the original game, more detailed. It's going to make the chainsaw person with the bag over their head, if anything, stand out even more. But yeah, Leon still stands out more than anybody in just his coat and his hair color, not really feeling like the Leon of the original game. But yeah, I guess I have to make a YouTube short around that, and I'll just get yelled at. Hall & Oates. This might be a funny board game. Here we have another adult game coming out yesterday on the 9th. Hentai Festivals. Flat anime girls in lewd and nude positions as a slide puzzle. 59 cents, making the price very fair. Supporting, it says full audio for every language Steam supports. There are 24 girls, which I would assume means there are 24 pictures. Yeah. And I guess if that's all you want, then that serves well. There's another hentai festival here. It seems like they maybe made 2 listings of the exact same game, or they've made 2 versions of the exact same game. And it looks like 2 listings of the same game. Yeah. Can't really say much or complain about a slide puzzle that's showing you the pictures you want if it's only charging 69 cents. That's still probably way too expensive for 24 images you could find for free online if that's all you care about. I don't think Immortal Sinker catches my attention here enough. Maybe that is in part because it's more Chinese themed. I'll give it a chance anyways though. Ultimate Anime Jigsaw Puzzle. This feels like this would be adult content, but it doesn't have any adult content warnings here. No mature content, it's not in the adult section. I guess it is more just lewd bikini style outfits. And it's a proper jigsaw puzzle, not just a slide puzzle. Of course, the problem with this is you are being asked for $2.39 now instead of just 69 cents for 100 different jigsaw puzzles. You also have to just assume that they properly license these images. They do seem fairly consistent in art style, like they would be made from one artist and not just stolen off the internet off of Google image searches, but you just never know. I still really have a hard time suggesting any jigsaw puzzle or slide puzzle game. If you were going to make a jigsaw puzzle game, it would make a lot more sense to have the end user upload their own photos and make a jigsaw puzzle around that instead of trying to sell on your own art. Handyman Legend is yet another adult game. Man, we're going to get a whole bundle of adult games today. Yeah, if anything, it has just kind of balanced out where we're seeing adult games every single time we stream. And maybe around Monday and Tuesdays, there's a little bit of a dip in adult games being released, but that's it. This is a weird game in that definitely feels, it's flat 2D animation, but it feels much more like it's targeted to the Western world and more of a Western style animation style, even though I'm seeing Asian writing. You've got this handyman guy who seems to mostly be either simulating scenarios or you're doing some kind of management game as the handyman. Says it supports 6 languages: English, Japanese, Chinese, Russian, and Korean traditional and simplified Chinese. Let's see, I'm trying to still figure out though how you actually play the game. There seems to be like 3 girls. Using your smartphone, you take repair cases. They say repairment. While you're at work, you can interact with your clients when their favorability is enough. So it's almost like a management romance thing where you're increasing your romance levels with the characters as the handyman. It's not the worst idea ever for a game. It's $6.29 though, and it's already reviewed fairly positively. I do think at this point though, I need to probably have like a come to Jesus moment and realize that a game like this really would just never be playable or showable on YouTube, and it doesn't really feel like it's got enough non-adult content or actual gameplay content so that I could criticize it and edit out the adult content otherwise. But yeah, it is a higher quality looking product that is 90% positive of 44 user reviews at the moment, compared to some of the garbage games we've seen in the adult section, or just the garbage games we see outside of the adult section, like this game, AA Soldiers. Sea of Craft. Kind of a Minecraft clone, but on the ocean. Which I don't know if that makes it any better of an idea. Maybe it makes it a better idea. Doomsday Survivors. Just a Vampire Survivors clone. I think I'm going to say no to this. Frog UI. Frog and Samurai. You know, I don't think I would ever say yes to a game like this, but I probably should give games like this a chance more, because there might actually be an audience for more of a simplistic platforming type puzzle game. Straw Bee. I am in this weird catch-22 with the YouTube shorts that I'm making, in that I now have like way more comments and feedback from people who are mistakenly assuming that the games I'm highlighting are something that I own or in some way have some affiliation or promotion deal with, which is just 100% not the case. This is a rhythm game of some sort. It almost feels like it would be an adult content game, but it isn't as far as the descriptions go, although there is definitely some thoughts that it might go in that direction. But yeah, because people are commenting that, the shorts are getting more engagement, so I don't want to dismiss that engagement or reduce that engagement, but probably should just set the record straight. A significant amount of this is not the fault of my description at all, because it says clearly in the description what I'm doing. It's the fault of YouTube and YouTube Shorts not showing the description at all. Here we have yet another adult game, Chronicles of Forgotten Tears. So I'd have to put something in the title, basically. This one is a 3D CGI visual novel, more Western in its art style and color palette, but also kind of a fantasy pirate looking game, and seems to also have some weird card fighting mechanic out of the blue, which seems weird. Well, I was almost about to say this game looked like it was one of these more decent 3D CGI visual novel adult games, but the card game really screams poor quality in that aspect. There's a African lady covered in like tribal painting in one scene, and then a lady being magically groped. And it seems like it's all over the place. Fantasy world with elves, dwarves, orcs, and many magical creatures. It's early access. Why an adult game would be early access, I have no idea. It's $8.99, which is pretty expensive. English and Italian in subtitles and interface. No full voice acting. So yeah, it frankly just strikes me as they got a lot of 3D models and have bent over backwards to squish a lot of varied 3D models into some kind of fantasy world that makes sense. And it doesn't fully make sense. It really fails on the card game aspect, though. Like, I would be fine with an adult game with card game aspect as a concept, but you have to actually polish the visuals there and make it work and look good, and that is just not the case for that game. Moving on, Vlobs casual puzzle game looks good enough for a follow. DC Justice League Cosmic Chaos. I can't help but think that this game came out for the Nintendo Switch about a year ago to not very much fanfare. If this is a brand new game, then it definitely is coming out to no fanfare. That being said, it makes a lot of sense to put it out there, put it on the fall list. They are asking for quite the premium, which in all fairness, kids games do seem to not go on sale very often, at $42.49. It claims to have full audio in most of the languages, or about half the languages it supports. You are running into the DC heroes being in this kind of chibi 3D art style, almost like a Western chibi, almost like a Funko Pop style of art, which that seems fine. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, there's a whole My Little Pony game over here. Let's check that out too. As far as like what they're competing with and what is being recommended, like playing Spider-Man Miles Morales, or Spider-Man Remastered, or Sonic Frontiers, which, yeah, let's check out Sonic Frontiers too. Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge, Hogwarts Legacy. Blue Protocol's a weird choice as an option there to compare it to. Minecraft Dungeons, There's a lot of kids games. If anything, they actually are getting the algorithm fairly well, although River City Girls 2 I think is off the mark there. And they're saying this is similar to Lego games I've played in the past, as far as Marvel and DC Batman. But yeah, I think this is an old game. Does it have in-app purchases? No. Does it have online co-op? No, but it has split-screen co-op. Remote play together. I think that means you could probably play, if in certain ways, over the internet, but maybe not. They're doing some deep cuts here as far as costumes for the characters. Alright, well that is interesting. I have a suspicion here, since the publisher here is a publisher I don't recognize, and the developer here is a developer I don't recognize, that this is a game that is very possibly going to lose its license fairly quickly. You can even see with the DC logo here, the blue DC is just not the logo that DC uses, I think, at this point. So you're talking, at least the previous person in charge of DC made this, or greenlit this project, and this may be 1 or 2 or 3 different alternate universe reboots or whatever away from what they're currently trying to promote as far as DC. Like DC, I'm not sure, really cares to attract the attention of young kids, or particularly cares to promote what would have been the Justice League of a certain era, in which you would have Cyborg and I want to say Aquaman, or this Green Lantern versus some of the other Green Lanterns. Like the Trinity of Batman, Wonder Woman, and Superman are probably always going to be around, but I'm not sure they're even that interested in promoting the Flash. This My Little Pony game came out in 2022, and it's very positive, so I'm going to just go ahead and put that on my wish list. I don't know if I have a real reason to play any My Little Pony games, but for any of them to potentially succeed is nice to see and be well received, because very often you get either just no reviews or a bad port to PC, because obviously it would be a Switch game. If anything, Nintendo and the Switch should be applauded in the fact that they've moved closer to PC style components using their Tegra X1 processor in the Switch, which has allowed them to port games better to PC and after the fact, if they do port Switch games, if third-party developers port their games to PC. Whereas in the past, making a game for the NES really had very little connection to an 8086 instruction set style computer program, that if you had like a 286, 386, like there would be no comparison and no way to port a game directly around that. Sonic Frontiers. Well, I may have made a decision to say no to Sonic Frontiers, but whatever performance issues or poor reception they had has gone away, so I'm saying yes to Sonic Frontiers now at this point. I'm putting it on the wish list. Harry Potter Legacy, same thing. Any issue there should go out the window. The only real concern here would be in-app purchases, but I don't think there is even a major concern around that. Of course, if I was to buy this, say, a year or two from now, it is questionable whether this is the Hogwarts or Harry Potter game to play or buy. It probably is at this point compared to say playing Lego Harry Potter. Those are pretty old games and kind of buggy ports. Anyways, Minecraft Dungeons, same thing. Kids games worth playing, not made by TT Games. So I needed to take a break to cough and drink some water there. Still moving kind of slow as we look at the March 10th releases. Jump Barrels, nothing. Next we have yet another adult game, Paradise Cleaning Sex Loving Family. We've got 4 big breasted anime color palette 2D characters. This, I've seen this gameplay style but before. It's like hard to explain. There's 4 different types of items on the screen, and you like need to click on one item with the blue items with the mop, the purple items with the vacuum cleaner, or something like that. So you're like literally cleaning the screen, and as you clean the screen, you reveal the background, and there's a timer, and if you reveal the background, you get the nudity and sex depictions. If anything, it's kind of a genius way to take what would otherwise be just background images of nudity and sex and put some gameplay around it. Now, for this sex-loving family, as it is described, you have one character that obviously is supposed to be a little bit younger, so she's a little bit shorter, but the breast sizes are all about the same. One has red hair, one has blonde hair, one has brunette hair, one has purple hair. They all have very thick thighs, maybe the younger one a little smaller thighs, and that seems to be pretty much it. So it's just 4 similar looking but not directly the same looking characters in different poses of engaging in sexual acts. One screenshot shows someone being one of the characters being bound up in rope doing bondage. Let's see, and sadism. 59 cents. English. It's selling for 59 cents. It's English, Chinese, and Japanese. Let's see. There are 5 + 1 dirty icons, and each of them can be cleaned by the corresponding cleaning tool. So, the thing here is it's not that much content, and it's kind of a genius gameplay mechanic around the content. So I usually would complain about a game having multiple versions of the same gameplay concept, but in this case I think it kind of makes more sense. Instead of making a $60 game that would potentially have like 30 different characters and maybe 100 different pictures, I don't think that makes that much sense. So you have the mother character here being depicted, showing her name, her height, and her 3 sizes as far as just the over the nipple size, the under the bra underwire size, and the hip sizes, or the over the nipple size, the waist size, and hip size. I'm not sure what the second one is actually as far as the 3 sizes go, and these are, I assume, are in centimeters. Very Japanese thing for Japanese women to know and sometimes proudly mention their 3 sizes. And then you have one of the, I assume, daughters, the oldest daughter. Then you have the younger daughter. And they're giving you characteristics. And then you have another daughter, and they're giving them all personalities and trying to make you more um, relate. She may actually not be a daughter. She, she's actually cheating on the mother, having a lesbian affair with the mother. Anyways, yeah, you get 3 different types of characters, arguably not that much variety as far as the body shapes, but at least in this depiction too, they showed me the characters fully clothed so I could show that off, which is nice. Easy to play design, I would agree with that. 20 stages with 20 custom graphics, which is what I assume CG stands for. 11 achievements, and if you don't clean, you don't get the pictures. So yeah, interesting twist. We probably will see more of those cleaning games from the same publisher. It probably will get a little annoying eventually, just on how much comes out. But so far they have not done what I've seen a lot of other people do, as far as flooding Steam with 3 or 4 variants of the exact same game. These management simulation games here, resource management games, feel like they often flood Steam because you'll see too many of these released in a week and they all look about the same, even if the graphics are different as far as the theme. None of them look that interesting. This one's early access. I'm going to say no to this and just be a little bit more critical. I could see myself potentially making a YouTube short around this, but I think we can say no to that one. Let's see, we have a game called Staffer Case, a psychic mystery adventure. It's an interesting title. Actual visuals here. In the actual gameplay, though, fairly lackluster. I don't think this supports English. Yeah, it's Korean only. Which is a shame because I might have given this a chance otherwise. But I definitely would believe it is Korean only when you're seeing only Korean writing in the screenshots. Yep. So we have to leave it at that. Next we have a game called Eternal Dread 3, which looks like it's an RPG game, or possibly just an asset flip game pretending to be an RPG game. I wouldn't lean towards that assumption though, because unlike most asset flip survival RPG games, you don't tend to have a highly polished life bar and mana bar. And yes, you have perhaps too much going on at the top here and the bottom here, and not as much detail in those sections, but there definitely looks like there's some polish. Then you also have the characters that we're looking at the backs of and the environments, and it just does feel like there's some level of effort, perhaps not enough effort, but some level of effort actually being put into this development. This is a game that potentially could be not very well received. There's multiple female characters that don't have much as far as armor on. Yep, and then you see more of a flat 2D thing here. This kind of feels like this could be one of those games that has an adult patch somewhere. Sexual themes, but no nudity. Seems to be as far as it goes. What I would like to see, before I say yes or no to this, is what is Eternal Dread 1 as far as its reception. How does that go? It's also this Eternal Lore game. So, Eternal Dread 1 is mostly positive. Yep. think I remember this because it did kind of uniquely have this theme of them being caught and tied up and tortured by orcs, and then her being tied up in this other screenshot here in Shibari rope bondage. So, yeah, this one says it does have nudity and sexual content as far as the first game, even being mostly positive. And it does just create this weird catch-22 where, let's see, Eternal Lore is 78% positive with 28 users. Eternal Dread is 78% positive with 80 users. Eternal Dread 1 is 75% with 48 users. And 90% positive for the third one. So the third one really seems to have gotten much more coverage or more attention. Perhaps that is because it is toned down, the idea. Although the polish here over the years seems to have been somewhat improved. It doesn't seem like they've really changed too much here. Eternal Dread 2 is 2019 and it basically looks similar enough to what we were seeing before. And again, a lot of screenshots here of orcs being tied up, or orcs tying up the anime girls. So you create this weird retroactive thing. This one again says only sexual themes as a description, where the game probably has about the same themes in each of its series, but they've managed to gain more reviews and more positive reviews by just keeping at it. Which, yeah, that's a weird question, certainly, as to just, is this really a game I could play? Oh, yeah, I'm now seeing that she has her arms tied here. And let's see, she's tied up here. I think there was another one. She might be tied up. She might be tied up there. She's tied up here. So yeah, there's multiple screenshots of them being tied up. Yeah, I'm not sure if I could play the first game of this series on YouTube, but I might be able to play the third game in the series, which just creates this weird situation. Even if I was going to play this game, I also am not sure for the third game in the series if they've really made enough progress to actually have a decent game here, or if this isn't a cheap game on a gimmick of capture the girls, and that the actual game itself is incredibly short or bad. Moving on, spent way too much time on that doing research. Dude Simulator 5 is an easy game to say no to. Here we have another adult game. Anime RPG Isekai Journey. Isekai meaning another world. The animation on this one, definitely, while flat 2D and somewhat colorful, does not feel like it is done by a Japanese person. The proportions seem completely wrong as far as the body. All the girls have long blonde hair and blue eyes, which definitely screams more Westerner than Japanese person with black hair and brown eyes. It is a match 3 honey pop type game, and doesn't look particularly that good even at that. It's $4.99 and claims to support English, French, German, Russian, and Spanish Latin America, which is to say no Asian country language, which would definitely play into the idea that this was not an Asian focused or Asian animated game. Yeah, it doesn't look very interesting though, so it's lower quality, I would say. Maybe you would be generous and say mid quality, but I would probably put it in the low tier as far as adult quality games. And honestly, that lower quality adult games is really saying a lot, because most adult games are pretty low quality compared to regular games. You're sick here. Doesn't look like anything of interest. Is this an adult game? No. Does it support English? No. Japanese full audio and Chinese only. This is a visual novel, Shuffle Episode 2. Kami no mo Akuma ni mo Niro Wataru Otoko. Looking just at the screenshots, I assume this is a otome, young maiden style visual novel, slice of life, friendship type thing, or maybe it is more of a romance type thing, hard to tell. And it kind of doesn't matter, unless the first game in the series, for instance, supported English. Yeah, I'm not even seeing an episode 1 listed on Steam. I just have this other thing. Notice that this other thing is labeled as a full voice edition, which ideally you would want full voice acting, at least in the native language of Japanese. But for visual novels, it would be really nice if it was full voice acting in English too, so you don't have to do as much reading. Unless you really like the reading, which I guess is probably most visual novel fans, and that eliminates me from ever really being a visual novel fan. I don't even like the reading in games like Prey that I'm playing, or even Skyrim. K-pop and rock band manager. Yeah, I'll give this a chance. It's probably not a good game, but I'll make a YouTube short around it. DC Justice League Cosmic Chaos. Wasn't this the game we just looked at? I don't know why we are consistently getting like duplicates. Seems like my anti-duplicate extension is like not working anymore. Auto Crusher bumper cars. Space Pirate Kings. I think we can say no to that. There will be ink. I'm gonna give this a chance just because visually it looks so different. That's probably unfair advantage, but whatever. Draft in the Woods. Looks like it might be an interesting casual puzzle game. Subject F-011 doesn't look like anything. Dragon Escape doesn't look like anything. Now we're into the 10s, and I wouldn't be surprised if once we hit, we may have hit a point here where we won't see any more adult games. Ideally, I would like to see one higher quality 3D CGI or Western adult game just to keep the balance somewhat even, but honestly, it doesn't really have to be that balanced in my mind to make me assume that these games are coming out and getting released amongst their own momentum and their own desires and that we aren't really running into major censorship on the part of Steam just denying certain games from being listed. That being said, there obviously is still some censorship going on as far as art styles and characters being too moe, too young looking. Those kinds of games either are just not being made anymore or not being put on Steam, and they may just not be being made anymore. This game here is English and Japanese, and there might be something to it. There probably isn't, but I'll give it a chance. This is a kind of example of what could be a independent Japanese game developer, and I'm eagerly awaiting the point where we start to have a really thriving Japanese game development independent community out there, because Japanese culture definitely is more around you work for a big company and the big company funds the development of your games. You can't just make your own company or make your own games. But that concept is dying away fairly quickly, or potentially dying away. Yeah, this looks like an asset flip zombie game of no real interest. Yep, nothing there. Project Nightlight looks like a VR game and doesn't look interesting enough that I would want to put it on my fall list or make a short on it. Motto Anomalies. Let's see. What kind of game is it? It's an RPG. It's kind of hard to tell. I'll give that a chance. And then that's the last game that came out on Steam. Let's see. So we have some GameDeveloper.com articles, and then we'll be close to being done for this week. Over the weekend, I'll try to play Prey Moon Crash and probably work on my irrigation system. Try and finish that project. And then, yeah. At some point I might even try to play Metroid Dread. But I definitely need to schedule some videos too. Anyways, GameDeveloper.com now says that the Horizon Forbidden West writer claims a credit snub in the Nebula Awards nomination. There's an update here. The Science Fiction and Fantasy Writer Association has updated the Horizon Forbidden West entry in the Nebula's Award with a full list of the game's writers. So, if there was an actual snub there, instead of just an honest mistake, or this could have been a case where Guerrilla Games handed the wrong list or snubbed them intentionally. All the writers are properly credited in the game for Horizon Forbidden West. And so, yeah, you either attribute here intentional animosity and an intentional hatefulness to snub somebody during the Nebula Awards nomination, or you just attribute it to incompetence. And I think it's always better to just attribute it to incompetence. I can't blame the writer, Giles Armstrong, for shouting them out. Maybe they shouldn't have done that so publicly. There is a better way, certainly, to privately contacted somebody and said, hey, you didn't credit all of us in this awards nomination, please correct this. And then if they didn't correct it or they didn't respond, then you go public. It seems very much Twitter has just encouraged people to go public, even if they're professional and supposed to be professional, and they're creating controversy for no good reason. Almost certainly Giles Armstrong did not get very many extra follows by creating a controversy. That whereas if they had contacted them directly, Guerrilla Games probably would have just said, "We apologize for this mistake and we've corrected this." There was no, no. This was simply a mistake on our part, and we're sorry. Just a standard apology would be better than being called out and then having to correct it. The rest of this article, though, really just highlights some of the ridiculous crediting requirements that a lot of companies have, where you have to work at a studio for a minimum of 30 days, you have to be there when the game launches, potentially, even if you do everything you possibly could do, you still may not get credited just because some manager feels like it's not necessary to credit you, or doesn't want to credit you because they don't like you for some reason, or they just generally hate people or crediting people in general. It's not even like it's the Hollywood system where being credited means you're more likely to get paid residuals or anything. There are no residuals in video games. Maybe there should be. That's a different argument, but at the moment they're just not crediting people, and it's been a long history of that. Atari specifically did not want to credit anybody at all for creating a game, and they were definitely pushing the idea that corporations are people even before that ridiculous concept was pushed through. And they were saying Atari is a business, and Atari, the business, is making these video games, not the employees of Atari making the video games, which is ridiculous. Disney definitely has succeeded a lot in that. When you have Disney's Moana come out, it's not really Disney's Moana. Disney may have funded it, and they may have paid employees, and at a certain level I get Moana by Disney, but Moana, just to pick a random Disney movie, it was written by somebody, the music was composed by somebody, the voice acting was done by somebody. In the case of Moana, the actress for Moana and The Rock definitely should be credited and titled, and they are, I'm sure, but the idea that Disney as a corporation did anything than otherwise pay artists to make something for them is ridiculous. Disney as a corporation is not a person and does not have creativity or the ability to create things, create art. Moving on, Activision, in kind of a surprise release, released 3 previously unlisted Call of Duty games on Steam. With how popular the Call of Duty franchise is, bringing its 3 older games to Steam might give it those titles a breath of fresh lead, is the subtitle. That's them trying to be cutesy in too many words. So, 2019 Call of Duty Modern Warfare reboot, 2020 Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, and 2021's Call of Duty Vanguard are now on Steam. Before this, the 3 games were previously only playable via Battle.net, the storefront and social service primarily for Blizzard Entertainment games. It seems to me the fact that Activision did this before Microsoft acquired Activision Blizzard highlights that there is already momentum to abandon Battle.net, even if the merger doesn't happen, which is a good thing because Battle.net really does not serve enough of a purpose to exist anymore. Ideally, though, it would be way nicer to see Hearthstone or Blizzard games like StarCraft, Warcraft, Diablo 1, Diablo 2. Seeing those games come to Steam would be way more impactful than just a bunch of Activision Call of Duty games. Let's see. The League of Legends MMO executive president Greg Street has departed Riot Games. Street attributed a mix of personal and professional events to his departure from Riot Games. What's funny is that's probably the most accurate way to describe why you would leave a job ever, is to say, on Twitter, people still using Twitter, he explained that his departure was born from a combination of, quote, personal and professional considerations, ... We experienced some devastating personal loss last year, and I want to be closer to my surviving family. So it seems like mostly he's leaving because someone died, although arguably leaving your job because somebody died is a privilege only rich people have. Most of the time when somebody dies, you often lose income, or are struggling financially more and have to work more, which often causes a situation where somebody dies in your family and then you try to throw yourself into your work, and then your work suffers because you're not emotionally dealing with the loss, and then you lose the job on top of that. Certainly, because jobs hate dealing with people who are emotional, or dealing with people, period. They want robot workers. For me, this announcement doesn't really mean anything, but it might mean something to fans of League of Legends, and I guess I'll just leave it at that. We should probably know exactly what personal loss he's talking about, but maybe they've done a real good job of hiding or keeping their private lives private, and in all fairness, I don't blame anybody for keeping their private life private. This is what I was talking about earlier. The Epic Games Store now lets developers publish their own games. Epic's new self-publishing initiative aims to make the storefront as enticing to developers as possible. They put out a short little overview video and a long longer video. Let's see if I click on this. It says they clicked on the Steamworks. They linked to Steam's self-publishing website. GameDeveloper.com being targeted towards game developers. So, yeah. Epic's portal here. Let's see what this loads. You'd have to create a whole organization to even continue. There is a submission fee, and I'm not sure they said what the submission fee was as far as self-publishing on the Epic Games Store, but I would bet it's more than $100. And if anything, it's only fair to point out that I've heard more people singing the praise of Steam and saying how Steam is still the vast majority of all PC sales in the past year. I have not heard too many people complain about Steam in the past year. I'm not sure I've heard a single controversy or complaint in the last 12 months as far as Steam goes. So I doubt very many people will jump ship and try to self-publish on the Epic Games Store, unless the Epic Games Store does just allow for like more adult content than Steam does, or something like that. Like, that would be where we might see some differences. If all of a sudden we see there are 10-20 games that are showing up on the Epic Games Store because they were not allowed on Steam, and they're very loud and proud about that, then we might just start to see a divergence in the lineups between the two storefronts. It's probably needs to be a lot like grocery stores, where if you go into a Target, you're not going to get great value Walmart brand food, and if you went into a Walmart, you're not going to get whatever Target's local brand of food might be. Although That was probably a poor comparison, anyways. So it probably should be a case where Steam has some exclusives just because people want them to be exclusive to Steam, and then the Epic Game Store has different exclusives or different types of game. If the Epic Game Store was more focused on releasing a type of game that would never get on Steam for one reason or another, then there would be a reason to go to the Epic Game Store if you want to play that. Where in the same way that Nutaku, which is an adult video game storefront, has only adult games, and they're not generally good games, I'll say that, but if you want Nutaku games and adult games, you would go to Nutaku, and that would be the specialty storefront you would expect it to be. But ideally, as a Steam user, and most gamers, we just want everything on Steam. And so we constantly should just push as much pressure on Valve to have Steam be as open and accepting to as many video games as possible, and put as much pressure on game publishers and developers to not put their games exclusively on a different storefront like the Epic Game Store. Ideally, I still very much am in the case where I feel like the Epic Game Store is unnecessary and should not succeed. It mostly be ignored anyways. Then the next bit of information here is that Genshin Impact, which I didn't even know was on the Epic Game Store, and Tiny Tina's Wonderland were among Epic's most played games in 2022. I feel like Tiny Tina's Wonderland was given away for free, and Genshin Impact, I think, is free to play to start with anyways. So, yeah. It is a weird situation, certainly, to make the argument that Tiny Tina's Wonderland might have been the best game or most played game in 2022 generally, but I don't do Game of the Year, so I really wouldn't have a full argument against Tiny Tina's Wonderlands being the best game of 2022. It was definitely not a particularly fruitful year as far as new games, and this year doesn't feel like it's going to be much better. We already talked about the report that Suicide Squad has been delayed after a negative reception. Yep. Deadshot here with his helmet on definitely looks a lot better, I would say. And this definitely, as a screenshot, just feels much more like an action pose. A lot more flame and jetpacks and energy powering up dual butcher blades. Leave it at that. And then GameDeveloper.com probably just needed to mention ChatGPT to get some cheap clicks. So they say ChatGPT's AI-made game is built from a game that already exists. In some way, the art-focused AI programs need a prompt. ChatGPT made its first game by using existing games as a foundation, which, yeah, basically copyright infringement is what that sounds like. I won't bother to go any deeper into this. And then Discord embraces OpenAI with a new chatbot and AI server moderator, which, at least in the case of artificial intelligence versus just ChatGPT creating something new, an AI server moderator role probably is much closer to not really being artificially intelligent as it is just being a set of pre-programmed actions and interactions, just a program in general, and they're just calling it AI. A chatbot probably closer to artificial intelligence, and I'm not sure if anybody Discord really needs chatbots in it. I mean, we really probably only weeks away from somebody using OpenGPT to flood their own YouTube page with comments, like, and try to get more engagement on YouTube and more views, getting real views by putting a bunch of fake comments, spam basically, into your own videos. Yeah, and that will definitely suck if we started to see hundreds or thousands of fake comments that look good enough to be real on videos or on posts throughout the internet. But it is also very questionable how do you put the genie back in the bottle. Now would definitely be the time to do it, though, is to just tell people all companies are forbidden from making AI anything for the next decade until we can set some laws down and get some legal precedents down. But yeah, that won't happen. Alright, we got some fall list cleanup here. Crossing Numbers, a math-based puzzle game from 2021. No, I probably need to admit I'm not that big of a fan of math that I would want to do crosswords, which is what it looks like in math equations. And it seems like not that many people are fans of it either, so that can leave the fall list. Is Critterdale. Is it in early access? Nope. So that looks good. So that can go to the wish list from 2021. Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII Reunion is very positive. I don't know if I really would play Final Fantasy games, but if I did, it still follows the rule, certainly, to be on the wish list. Crytales, or Chris Tales, is mixed, which is a shame because this is the game, one of the games I really wanted to say yes to. Yep. Really, I should say no and take it off the fall list at this point, but I'm going to give it another chance. Be incredibly generous. Crimson Waves on the Emerald Sea from December 2021. It's not relevant enough, even though it's very positive. It's also just a visual novel with this marker style of animation, which isn't always terrible. It's kind of bad when you see backgrounds like this, though. It's like somebody wanted to show off their art skills, but they didn't quite have enough art skills to do that. It is the right price, I will say, at free. So I can't complain about that. So, yeah, but at free, the fact that it also hasn't been reviewed more says something too. This Crimson Snow 2023 is very positive in the last 30 days and overwhelmingly positive since its release December 7th. This game also notably is being covered by Game Grumps at the moment. So yeah, this one needs to stay on the fall list though because it's early access. As a horror game, it may not really be much of anything, but people seem to be receiving it fairly well for its high visual polish, for the fact that it has an actual character and some actual scenes. Crimson Tea. This is like a crazy murder board type game, it looks like, or investigation type game with low polygon graphics. No, I haven't seen too many low polygon games lately either. Seems like that as a way of releasing a low effort game has stopped happening. maybe that too is because Valve has really put a much more critical eye on games that look like this and said, no, we don't need more of these low polygon games. Criminal Expert. It's a full motion video game that hasn't come out. Well, it did come out in January, but it doesn't have enough reviews, so I'll give it more time. And then, is this an adult game? Doesn't seem like it, although it does seem like it might have adult content here. Doesn't have a warning for adult content. Alright. Unfortunately, we can see it's mixed. Does kind of feel like it has some level of polish. Some kind of card-based game, though. Yep, I'm going to say no to it. And then Crime Scene needs more time. Interesting. Investigating a crime scene. Or not so much investigating a crime scene as cleaning up a crime scene that your boss caused. Alright, I'll give that more time. Crime Reaper. It's more of a puzzle game. It is over 30 reviews and mostly positive, so we'll put that on the wish list. And then that was all the fall list cleanup we needed to do. Okay, so let's see if we can get back to Yu-Gi-Oh! And see if we have a duel live. I really don't even need to check if I have a duel live or not. I just need to start it anyways because I'm going to end up scrolling down my Twitter feed just to see if there's any new news, and as such it does make sense to have a duel live going. But once that happens, we will be done for today's stream. These streams are definitely not getting longer. 90 new tweets. Yeah, at 4 hours. And if anything, it doesn't have much to do with anything other than how much I'm talking about something or how interested I am about something. Well, that was a quick duel live. Today is also March 10th, Mario Day. Lego didn't seem like they actually had announced any new Mario sets until this point. It definitely felt like they were just announcing sales and like free gift with purchase type stuff that you get all the time in Lego sales. Alright, we'll claim all those. Alright, so that saved me some time. But as far as like video games or Mario games on sale, there were some games on sale earlier in the week that included Mario, and those sales may still be ongoing, but nothing specific. Nothing specifically on sale today. Nintendo directly doesn't seem like they have anything to announce or say. Apparently Koei Tecmo is saying tweet a photo taken in photo mode to potentially win this moon lamp, which is arguably not much of a award there for their Fatal Frame series. But yeah, free lamp is a free lamp. Arguably, though, that is really spending way too little to advertise your game, to just have a Twitter giveaway. If anything, that is the dark secret around Twitter, is that it allowed a lot of very cheap advertising to happen for nearly free, in that they were getting a lot of people to comment and retweet and enter giveaways that very possibly weren't actually ever paying out the giveaways. There's a lot of fraudulent giveaways, a lot of giveaways on Twitter that were getting scooped up by people with bots that were just claiming Steam keys and things like that. So actual people weren't ever able to win, or one person out of every 10,000 person was winning. So for every one happy person, you were creating 9,999 unhappy people. The shift codes for Borderlands 1, 2, 3, and Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, like that Gearbox does, is about the only exception to code giveaways that actually works very well. And the reason for that is they created their own system where the codes apply to everybody who uses them. So if you get a shift code, everybody who sees that shift code can redeem it once. There's an interesting game developer article. A game called Roche Limit, I assume is how you pronounce that, is a surrealist pixel art game that runs entirely in PowerPoint. That's an interesting thought. I don't know how well something would run in PowerPoint. In a lot of ways, I would assume that it's going to be just like you click in one place and it takes you to one PowerPoint slide, and you click in a different place and it takes you to a different PowerPoint slide, and it's just going to be a maze-like invention. National Video Game Museum hasn't tweeted in a long time, saying happy March 10th day. You can celebrate with a special discount and bonus arcade tokens. All I have to do is show up at the National Video Game Museum in Frisco, Texas, wearing something Mario themed, and you get $2 off admission. Here they're showing a Mario toy, which I don't recognize this Mario toy. This is probably one of the licensed third-party Mario squeaky plastic toys from like early 80s. It's definitely not a better known like McDonald's toy or anything like that I would recognize off the top of my head, as somebody who collected a lot of Nintendo stuff, Mario stuff. It's just so much of it anyways. Way too many toys back when I was a kid. Yep. There definitely was a generation there, maybe one generation or two, that had a overflow of toys, whereas previous generations would have had maybe one or two toys given to them every Christmas, every year of their life at most. And nowadays kids are all about digital things and video games, and they have a ton of entertainment in general, but they don't particularly care about physical toys, action figures, dolls. Those are things that you give to very young kids, but by the time they're about 12, they mostly don't care about any of that and just want to play Minecraft on the Switch or something like that, which has led to a lot of them wanting to spend V-Bucks and things like that for microtransactions. The PAX East badge needs to be registered, I guess. PAX still advertising itself with the Penny Arcade comic strip, which, yeah, Penny Arcade Expo, which I thought at some point they would try to totally split Penny Arcade comic from PAX, and just PAX would mean PAX. So yeah, Donkey Kong is coming to Lego Super Mario Universe this summer in a blocky brickheads type Donkey Kong character and a dry Bowser Castle Battle expansion has also been revealed. As far as Lego things, nothing big, really. Nothing particularly interesting. Still just scrolling down my Twitter feed, so we know we covered all the news before we wrap up. Did I mention that YouTube? YouTube has reversed a lot of its cussing demonetization rules. I think so. Yeah, we have the Outlast Trials launches in early access on May 18th, and you have a guy strapped to an electric chair, it looks like. Outlast Trials, I guess, based on the Outlast horror games. Bandai Namco released new Tekken 8 gameplay showing off Paul Phoenix in action. These are all stories we'll talk about more. Streets of Rage 4 is now available, adding custom survival mode, co-op attacks, and over 300 improvements. Which, that's nice because Streets of Rage as a series is a game I probably would like to try and play, but I'm not sure the reception was great for Streets of Rage 4 originally. Let's see. 1 million players have pre-registered for Mighty Doom ahead of its March 21st release, according to Bethesda. There's this funny Dying Light thing where they're showing off a character from Dying Light and they're showing off Mario, but I don't know if this is really an official collaboration or if this is something specifically for Nintendo of Europe only, because this Mario doesn't really look like the Marios we've seen before. This block is not really the right kind of blocks, and the whole animation style just does feel a little off. I don't think you would get away with just adding Mario to your promotion. I think Nintendo would definitely sue you for doing that, and most people would know they'd get sued for doing that. So I'd have to assume that Nintendo of Europe agreed with this. Unity for Games showed off this. This is an interesting, surface experiment here. You have the sphere distorting the rug and the objects under the rug, but noticeably, it's not actually that good, because the proper way this would work is it would pull the threads when the ball is in the exact center inward, and the rug would move from at least its corners inward. Instead, what it's doing is just stretching the fabrics and treating it like it is just all made of rubber bands instead of threads of tightly woven things, and then it just clips through it too. Anyways, but yeah, ideally you would see more drag happening on a texture like this, but that does definitely take a lot more processing power, and in 99% of the times it's not necessary to actually have a rug react like it would in the real world. It's nice when you have those kinds of reactions. We've seen that kind of rope physics in Last of Us Part 2 being sold as a major improvement, and even in Last of Us Part 2 it still doesn't feel like it's really that much of an improvement or that good as a concept. But that kind of physics, advanced physics or more advanced physics, would definitely benefit games if you have the CPU and GPU power to address that. Here we have a cosplayer dressing up as one of the Phantom Thieves from Persona 5, which I don't particularly recognize this character. And generally, as far as the outfit, you've got what looks almost like plastic purple gloves that you'd have from a medical field, a fairly simplistic pink shirt, a bodice, I think is what that's called. As far as the black, you have a little white scarf type thing. And then you have peach colored hair, a fairly standard hat, although maybe the hat's made out of foam with a little feather in it. It's kind of lacking in details for what you would want to see as far as actual costume design. It's noticeably often the case too when they do put up these cosplay images. They don't ever put a original comparison to the images next to them. So if you don't recognize the character from whatever show they're talking about, then you are left just making assumptions or not knowing. Apparently a game called 9 Years of Shadows has officially gone gold. This feels like the first time I've ever even heard of this game. Yeah. This is taking longer to scroll down my Twitter feed than I expected it to. I think that is probably because it's Friday and probably because we've been going for so long. So just need to scroll down a little bit more just to see if there's anything new that needs to be mentioned. I think the answer to that is probably no. Let me reload and see the new tweets that came out while I was scrolling down my Twitter feed. KV broadcast doof adjustment will make its way to Warzone 2 as well. Whatever that means. Season 2 Reloaded will include several global weapons balances, included damage reduction to the KV broadcast and the Dragon's Breath rounds. So I guess if you're playing Warzone, that makes sense. Unity for Games has an article, how are you supposed to set up a scalable development ops tool chain? Which that is exactly the ultimate question. Koei Tecmo retweeted this Atelier Ryza image that's like pixelated or blurred in a weird way. Yeah. Pretty much, I would say anytime anybody says the word scalable, they are probably making an argument that something can't be done or it's too hard to be done, so you should give up now. And there is really no one true definition of what scalable even means or what people want when they say they want something to be scalable. In most cases, most things don't need to be scalable anyways. And it is basically just a buzzword that people use to say something's too difficult. But there is, in contrast to that argument, there is some level of scalability that does make sense. You need to be able to hire 100 employees potentially and have them all set up into your employment system and ready to work within that same one day. You can't have somebody manually entering employees into a database for a whole day before those 100 employees can even get into the office. That's a level of scalability that's reasonable. But then there's a lot of unreasonable scalability. Do you need to then, in the exact same scenario, have a system that would quickly and efficiently hire 1 million employees in one day and have them all starting to work on the same day? Probably not. No company's going to hire 1 million people and have them all start on the same one day. Most companies won't, at least. And even if you did run into a case where you had a system where you could hire 100 employees, but you needed to hire 200 employees, it's still not really necessary to spend the effort to scale, have something that could be scaled up to 200, when you could just have 2 managers hiring people, 100 employees. Anyways, I'm rambling at this point. That's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos because that helps me with YouTube. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. And if you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wish list. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.